fixture of the season, just to check that we've got all the bugs out of the system throughout the course of winter. So Somerset taking on the University of Exeter at Cooper Associates County Ground. Somerset will be batting first, due to get underway at 11 AM, which is in just under 4 minutes. Joining me in the commentary today is Clive Powell. Good morning, Clive. How are you this morning?
Spencer, I'm very well, thank you very much indeed, and frankly, better for the smell of new mown grass in my nostrils, I think.
That's my cologne. Sorry about that. We are going to be at a bit of a disadvantage when it comes to the commentary ability to be able to tell the Exeter players, as we don't have an official scorecard, so we can see the squad numbers, but we don't really have anything to back that up against just to correlate who that might be. So you will have to bear with us for a little bit. We might just make some names up, but hopefully we won't need to do that. But Somerset will be batting first. The players are just getting ready to come onto the field. The last of the coaches are cleaning away the training equipment. And on Sunday, Easter Sunday, the 31st of March, we are about to get the season underway, and it doesn't seem like 5 minutes ago that the last one finished.
No, I think that's absolutely true. I was actually thinking it's just nice that the weather's relented just for a little bit. Just looking at the pitches, Spencer, they were using the 2 practice pitches in recent days over to the left of the match pitch, and they certainly look damper in nature. The match pitch looks pretty dry, almost surprisingly so. There is a green tinge to it, of course there is. You'd expect it, but bearing in mind how much rain we've had, the ground's looking in remarkably good condition.
Yeah, an awful lot of work's gone on over the course of the winter to raise the area in front of the Colin Atkinson Pavilion, which was one of the trouble spots, and a lot of work has gone down here in front of the Marcus Trescothic, which again was an area that doesn't get a lot of sun because it's blocked out by the Great Man's Building. And despite the fact that we've had torrential rain for what seems like 6 months, the great news is we haven't had the standing water that we've had in the past. We haven't had huge puddles. I know Gordon Hollins, the CEO, has been very pleased with how that work seems to have gone. And fingers crossed, long may that continue. And we're not that far from getting underway now, as umpires Peverell and Burns make their way to the middle, followed by the team of the University of Exeter, followed by the 2 Somerset opening batters. And we are about to get underway for the 2024 cricket season, despite the fact that the 2023 cricket season seemed to finish, 5 minutes ago, I think it was. But there we are. Pitch-wise, we are quite far over towards the Somerset stand, so there's a short boundary on that side of the ground, for those of you that know the Cooper Associates County Ground well. And we're about to get underway. It's very exciting. I don't know about you, but I'm in all sorts of trouble for being here on Easter Sunday. There is not harmoniousness at Bishop Towers, I can tell you.
Well, no, I've got away with it, but I think my wife thinks it's better that I'm doing something than sat round fretting doing nothing. So
she's very much of the I can get him out from under my feet for a few hours.
I think there's an element of truth in that. Yeah, because the boundary, as you say, the Somerset stand side, is not too more than about 45 metres, I wouldn't have thought. It's bigger away to the Ondarchi side, but both Exeter and Somerset are using this very much as a practice session, effectively, in start of the season.
Having spoken to Andy Hurry, Director of Cricket, and head coach Jason Kerr, obviously they are very pleased with how things went in Abu Dhabi. There was some white ball cricket and some red ball cricket played over there. But this is the first chance we get to see Somerset in action on grass, which is in the UK, in UK conditions, which is something that we are very much looking forward to. We've got Sean Dixon and Tom Lammonby out there, I believe. And it looks as though Tom Lammonby will be facing that very first ball, which is being bowled by the University of Exeter bowler without a name or a squad number on his back, which makes that a little bit difficult. We should call him Smith, maybe. I don't know.
Maybe. Well, I suppose, you see, you and I can also look away to our left and hope that the director of this broadcast will dig us out of a hole, but he may not. He may not.
Here we go then. Tom Lammonby to face the first ball of this pre-season fixture.
Bit of a push forward, a bit of sort of a squat forward, pushing that just out on the offside. Round the wicket attack to Lammonby, that's quite interesting early on, because I would have thought if I were an Exeter bowler or any bowler in this situation, you'd be looking to pitch it up fairly well and hoping to get some movement, and there must be some moisture in that pitch.
Are you sure? It's been very dry in Taunton.
Yeah. Well, you were talking about the ground and the work that's gone on. And I see sawdust already starting to appear, or something like that. At the end of last season, when they were stripping off areas of the ground to do some relaying, 150 tons of it headed in my direction.
Oh, did it?
Second ball of the day, Lammonby. It's wide of the off stump, isn't it? But his right foot is nowhere near it. He's sort of squatting it out onto the offside, out to the covers.
I can confirm that it is Charlesworth who is opening the bowling.
Charlesworth, oh, there you are. Well, certainly more exotic than Smith, as you were naming him at one point.
Is that? I don't think I've done him justice with that made-up moniker that I granted him. And he comes again though to bowl. Again to Lammonby.
That looked a bit more convincing. Right over the top of it, pressing forward. In fact, rehearses it. He's obviously proud of that one. Many years ago, you had people like John Arlott commentating here and people like that. They would say if you could see the Quantock Hills, it was going to rain. If you couldn't see them, it was raining. Well, it's a little bit in between this morning. It's actually a little brighter, I think, than it was 10 minutes ago.
Full of delivery that time. And he nearly gets that one away. Again, rehearsing the shot.
Thinking, Spencer, Somerset stand away to our left. That's a great place to watch cricket from, isn't it? And certainly the people who've got the apartments above it, I think they've done very well.
Yeah, I think there are worse places to spend a Sunday morning than sitting on the balcony there watching Somerset play cricket. Charlesworth in a bowls.
A little bit shorter, up on his toes and pushes it back.
But as you say, the Somerset stand, for all formats of cricket, I think it gives, it's a great vantage point, but particularly in the Vitality Blast. There's a great atmosphere over there, and Somerset was voted the best atmosphere in the Vitality Blast.
I saw that, and it doesn't surprise me. I think this club has always been extremely well supported. I think as Charlesworth comes into
that one
is over, and Lammonby lets it by. Thinking back, over the years, this club has always been very well supported, and in a sense far better supported in county championship cricket than many clubs.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean it's always been a great atmosphere, and the crowds that the club gets, particularly on the first couple of days of a 4-day game, I think it's probably the envy of the majority of the other first-class counties.
Yeah, absolutely true. Well, 0 for 0 after the first over. I think it says Weatherall is a new bowler from the River End. I tell you what, the slips are tightly packed, aren't they? They're the three of them. There's nothing's going between them.
Comes Weatherall, the bowl.
That's one.
Bit of movement.
Yeah, a little bit of movement off the pitch and away.
Sean Dixon happy to just watch that one go by. I believe this is a Raphael Weatherall. So there you are. Either his parents were obviously fans of the Renaissance painter or the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Whichever way.
Whichever way.
And he comes again to bowl to Sean Dixon.
That's
and there are the first runs off the bat.
A little tight single, but he's got it. I think actually that's the sort of line he needs to bowl. I think you do need to be bowling pretty straight here, and allow the ball to do something. I mean, Dixon obviously just pressing it away and being sort of circumspect in that shot. Yeah, I think when it comes to spectators, I think there are more daffodils up on the Somerset stand than there will be people over there watching it today.
Yeah, the Somerset stand's not open for the public. I was going to go over there and shout at the person that's in there, but that is actually the official club photographer, so we can let him off today.
Oh, an appeal for LBW, or half an appeal for LBW against Lammerby. That seemed to shape a probably missing leg stump. Seemed to pitch around about leg, but seemed to come back into it.
Potentially height an issue as well. Disappointing lack of bobble hats. I remember in the pre-season friendlies last year, we had all three of the slip cordon in bobble hats. So we had bobble hat watch. Disappointing.
Of a consistent colour, or
yep, Somerset were in club bobble hats. All three of the slip fielders. Comes one again.
And again, there is that swing there, and in fairness to Charlesworthy, Weatherall, he pitched it up, and it did swing. Lack of foot movement, frankly, from Lammerby. I will say we don't have the benefit of slow motion action replays here. What we have in front of us and to my right is very much live stream, real time.
But I'm quite slow on the uptake, so. It's a good almost shop window for these University of Exeter players, isn't it? You know, if they're playing cricket at this level, the dream is obviously to go one step further, to be spotted by a first-class county, like the Unicorns when they were a team competing in limited overs cricket a while ago, and we saw the likes of Wes Durston getting back in the game. So this is a great opportunity for them. So they'll definitely be up for it today.
I think that's right. I mean, Exeter actually has become much more of a sporting city, hasn't it, in recent years, with the rugby in particular, sort of lifting it. You know, it was sort of football, but rather like Bath, it's become, I think, better known as a sporting city in terms of cricket and rugby as well as its soccer.
And of course, big weekend next weekend with Bath and Exeter in the cup game.
Yeah, it's a cup game, is it? Yeah. Do you follow the rugby?
I'm a Bath fan.
A Bath fan.
So was horribly disappointed at half-time in the Harlequins game yesterday, but to then score 33 unanswered points in the second half to take 2 losing bonus points from a game that we were losing 40 points to 3 at one point, I think was a bit of a result, to be honest.
Well, the only rugby I've seen in recent years is to go and watch Taunton Titans a couple of times at home, and go back to that.
Flicked off his toes by Dixon.
Yeah. And they, by their standards, I think have had a disappointing year, but there's no lack of effort, I think, by the players there, and certainly they are very well supported, and Bath have always been very well supported.
Charlesworth is still on at the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion end. And then he comes to bowl at Dixon.
Sat up and looked at him a bit, that ball, didn't it? And Dixon up on his toes a bit.
I think the scoreboard is a little bit behind. I believe Lammerby's on strike.
Oh, sorry.
Sean Dixon on strike. And I did exactly the same thing and trusted in the scoreboard. without trusting the use of my own eyes and the scoreboard.
Yeah.
Charlesworth in again to Lammerby. Let's that one go. I think the opening bowlers have got to be pretty pleased with how they've started off, line and lengthwise.
I think so. I mean, they obviously have a plan to try and allow the ball the opportunity to move. I mean, it's not going to be tearingly fast out there, and the bowlers themselves are not terribly fast. You wouldn't expect it, but the important thing is to make the most of what you've got.
Goes off in again. And off his pads. Another dot ball.
I would be half tempted, I think, if I were Exeter, not to adopt the round the wicket approach so early on in the match, unless you are somebody that is extremely comfortable at bowling right arm around the wicket, and most right arm bowlers are not. So
Charlesworth, and again, Lammonby drives it back down the pitch. No run. There's been a nice bit of energy in the field from the University of Exeter lads this morning.
it's probably trying to keep warm, to be honest.
Well, there is that. I mean, I can't necessarily remember what I was doing at university 20 odd years ago, but it certainly wasn't there. I'm not sure I would have been awake at 11 o'clock on a Sunday morning, let alone playing professional sport.
Well, and it's also a little bit sneaky, actually, because 11 o'clock got here an hour earlier than it would have done yesterday.
Charlesworth into Lammonby, who leaves it.
You know, putting the clocks forward, I suppose that's the reason you start playing cricket today, is it's British summertime.
Yeah, the beauty of the clocks going forward like that is that I now get to spend 48 hours of my other half telling me what time it really is. She'll say, oh, it says it's 11, but it's only 10. They'll be getting that for, she'll be telling me what time it really is for the next 48 hours, which is in no way frustrating.
So you've not persuaded her then that she should be here watching the cricket?
She had the option, let's put it that way.
I'm quietly confident that my Welsh wife would not be spending time watching Somerset playing cricket.
Raphael Weatherall then to continue from the river end. Oh, that's...
Nice square cut. Not quite timed it, but...
Go all the way. Just stop just on the boundary.
Just takes a couple.
Quite time it, did he?
No. I suppose, in a way, part of the exercise here is for batsmen to feel the ball on bat a little bit in earnest, at least.
It's not about racing to 50 off 20 balls, is it? It's about getting some time in the middle. You always hear the coaches talking about the importance of time in the middle.
There's still that little movement, isn't it? That one sort of starting off on the line of leg stump and sort of straightened on him as it was near to me, but he was able to adjust. He's settled in well here, hasn't he, Sean Dixon?
Yes, I mean, I think he was essentially brought in as a red ball batter, but pretty much won the semi-final and the final in the Vitality Blast last year.
Yeah.
Trains hard, has fitted in really well. The lads taken to him really well. He's a nice guy. He's fitted in. He understands what it means to play for Somerset, and what it means to the people of the whole of the Southwest. And he's fitted in, and he's not getting a lot of sleep at the moment.
New dad, is he?
New dad. So I think he was as pleased to go away to Abu Dhabi to get a decent night's kip as he was to get some miles in the legs.
Right.
Roll in again, flicked off his hip. And they take the single. Important to rotate the strike a little bit, isn't it, at the start? Particularly with the right-hand, left-hand combination.
I don't think you're going to see too many expansive shots this morning.
No, I don't think Baz ball is on the menu early on this morning.
No.
Wouldn't want to incur the wrath of Jason Kerr or Andy Hurry this early in the season. Fifth ball of the fourth over. Weatherall in from the river end. Raised up a little bit at Dixon at the last moment.
Somerset have got a strong nucleus of players around the age of 30 that you kind of feel are probably should be at the peak of their career in terms of age and experience. And
yeah, it's a bit of a cliche, isn't it? A mix of youth and experience, and you hear that a lot. But that is something that Somerset have sort of in abundance. And you talk of the youth and the experience. Those young players have played an awful lot of cricket, and you can say what you like about the 100 and the impact that it may or may not be having on the English domestic game, but you can't tell me that James Rew didn't benefit from having that year of playing in the 50 over side in the One Day Cup. You can't tell me that didn't positively impact him as a player. And he's hit the ground running, and if you expose these young players to first team cricket of a high standard at a young age, it's only going to be beneficial. So yeah, it's the squad wise, as you say, there's some experienced players, and the young players have got a lot of cricket under their belt. So it is an exciting time to be in and around the place at the moment.
well, I think you identify someone who I think is likely to be a long-term star in the cricket heavens, if you like, James Rew. I think he is an exceptional cricketer.
Got a great temperament as well.
Yeah. Well, most sport, particularly professional sport, benefits what goes on between one of your ears and the other ears. In other words, a lot of it's played in the mind, if you like. If you're someone, as Lammonby just presses it out on the offside. If you're someone who is strong mentally and is able to get into a zone, or whatever phrase you want to use, that benefits you enormously. Raw talent will get you so far. Or ability, but you look at cricketers over the years who perhaps have not been the most gifted in terms of talent. Lammonby plays it out. They've more than made up for it by their mental strength. Yeah,
I mean, like you say, talent can only get you so far. Hard work is probably more important than
application.
Absolutely. Yeah. And if you can do both, then you're on your way. You're on a fairly firm platform, aren't you?
So I'm told.
That when my son, I get more pride from, when my son plays football, if the coach says he's worked harder than,
Lammonby believes that, and that I think over the top of the off stump.
I think so. There are two types of leave, aren't there?
The bowler had one view of it, and I had the same one, actually. That looked a little close.
It did look quite close.
There's nothing more embarrassing than shouldering arms and watching your stump carpet at the ground.
I think they've all done it at some point, but as I said, I think that was maybe a little bit closer than Tom Lammonby envisaged.
Yeah.
As Charlesworth is in again.
Spence, you're watching Lammonby, and I'm watching Lammonby, and I don't want to be in any way critical of somebody who's obviously a very good player. But I'm not seeing a lot of foot movement. I'm not seeing that right footer or anything like that getting across it. He's playing quite a lot away from his body. And that's all right against bowlers of Exeter, but you'd think in a first-class game he needs to be looking at his foot movement a little bit. And he'll probably do it perfectly now, but
to the pitch,
now we're both looking at it. Yeah. But
in comes Charlesworth again. Was hit by Lammonby.
I'm not going to prove anything on that because the leg stump, but he tucked it off his hip.
Flicks it off his hip for 4. Beautiful footwork. They're watching Viv Richards in his pomp.
Or not.
The first boundary of the innings. That is the end of the 5th over.
10 for 0 after 5. Now, am I right that Somerset and Exeter have agreed to bend the rules a bit and make use of 13 players? Or am I wrong about that?
I haven't heard anything officially, but when I spoke to Jason Kerr ahead of the game. He said, you know, this fixture ideally is about maximising opportunities, so I wouldn't be surprised if there were a few people coming on and off.
Yeah.
But on a game like this, you need your batters to spend some time in the middle, and you want your bowlers to get into a rhythm, don't you?
Yes. Yes.
Those are all then to start the 6th over. I think what Somerset are looking for is a commanding opening partnership. I think arguably potentially that's something that we haven't had for a couple of years.
I think for yes, you say a couple of years, quite right. I think Somerset have been quite heavily dependent on their middle and lower order very often, and sometimes the top order is not done as well as they would have wanted to. And I think that's partly squirts it away. I think that's partly because the pitches at Taunton have not been quite as batter friendly as they used to be, and very often the pitches here seem to improve as the game goes on.
Yeah. And of course, you know, the boots of one Marcus Trescothick are fairly big boots to fill as well, aren't they?
Well, they are.
I mean, physically and emotionally.
Well, no, I was smiling because I was thinking, how do you replace somebody of that skill, that gift, that ability? You know, I don't think.
And he has got quite big feet as well, so they would be quite big shoes to fill.
Big boots as well. I was actually thinking that Trescothick really wasn't given enough credit in 2005 when England beat the Australians, because it was, I think, Trescothick at the top of the orders, very often stamping some sort of authority against the Australian bowlers.
Yeah, I mean, it was an Australian attack that had dominated England for a while, wasn't it? And flicks.
But I think it was Brett Lee, I remember watching Trescothick, I think in the first over, crunching through extra cover with little or no foot movement, but it flew off the middle of the bat, and it was sort of a statement of intent.
It just showed that England weren't going to be bullied anymore.
That's right, and I think he swept Shane Warne into the stand at Edgbaston in Warne's first over. It was
Never get tired of seeing that.
You know, don't bow rubbish to me, son. Sort of
Absolutely. Did you know who I am?
Yes.
In comes Weatherall from the River End.
Dixon playing away on the offside, but Weatherall's bowling a good length for me. I think he's sort of challenging a bit.
He's tying Dixon up a little bit, isn't he? And there's a little bit of movement, and it's also jumping up at him as well and tying him up a little bit.
Do you still play?
No. I wouldn't be allowed. Bowls. And I'm at a slight disadvantage at this point due to there being a massive pillar just to my left, which is sort of blocking my view, but a little bit like being at Goodison Park. Just sort of move out of the way of the stanchions and things. We were talking about 2005, and obviously that's the year that Somerset softened up the Australians ahead of the Test series and left them battered and bruised, enabling England to pick the bones, obviously. Those two local lads, Graham Smith and Jaya Surya, scored all the runs and took all the wickets.
Yes. I think Somerset would like to have seen Graham Smith back again, actually. You know.
Yes.
I think he'd be tired from international cricket too early, really.
6 overs gone then. Somerset 10 without loss. And Charlesworth continuing from the Trescothick Pavilion end. That would be
practicing that leave.
Practicing the leave. At least, I think that one was further away.
Yes. No, that was a convincing leave.
Yes.
Convincing leave.
Just about to see the Quantox now, which is nice, which means it's going to rain.
Yes, well, according to that principle, yes.
Charlesworth in again, to Lammerby. Drives it forward and again, no run.
I suppose we ought to explain that in terms of our position, looking at this, Lammerby being opposite left hand at the river end, we're over long off, a straightish long off is our vantage. We can't pretend we're directly behind the bowler's arm, can
No.
we?
Not even close.
Not even close. Didn't tidy enough, Charles, were they? 0 for 5.
A smattering of people still coming in. Probably after church on Sunday morning.
Yes, although I think a lot of people will be thinking about Easter lunch.
I wonder how many people have managed to get away with saying they're taking flashed that beat, and that races to the boundary.
You'll feel better for that, won't you?
Absolutely.
Takes him on to 9.
Obviously heard mention of the footwork. Didn't look too bad that time.
Yeah. Takes Somerset on to 14 for North.
Lots of people would have got away with that. I'll take him out for Sunday lunch, dear. Oh, where are we going? We're going to the Cooper Associates County Ground. Oh, there just happens to be some cricket on. That's a pleasant coincidence, isn't it?
Yeah.
I had no idea. Gilmore's Hill looking
Mind
quite
you, the food here is very good.
I couldn't possibly comment being biased, but yes, it is. Another leave from Ryan B.
Charles was actually going over the wicket to him now, so
It hasn't been quite. It hasn't looked quite as threatening in this over, I haven't thought.
no. You a Taunton man these days?
Just outside. Live in Cotford St Luke, so just outside Taunton.
Ah.
Lived in Somerset all my life except for 3 years when I moved as far afield as Cornwall. I'd sort of think of the M4 corridor as Hadrian's Wall, if I'm honest. And he drives. Again, no run. There's the end of the 7th over.
I don't know if they still do or not, but the Great Western Railway, just prior to COVID, used to advertise the sleeper from Paddington down to Penzance and described it as 268 miles in 40 weeks.
Until I lived in Cornwall, I didn't believe the Jethro joke about the train don't stop Campbell on Tuesdays or something like
Wednesdays, yes.
that. And I went from Falmouth to Exeter and then came back on the Sunday and got to Truro. And I said, what platform's the train to Falmouth? It looked at me like I was a complete buffoon. Genuinely can't get to Falmouth by train on Sunday.
Dixon drives us to the onside.
And another boundary.
It is, and that was nicely timed.
This time flicked and away it went.
Yes, that's right. Bit of wrist,
Or-
bit of
although
wrist in that.
I'm led to believe from the umpires signalling because I can't see because of the big pillar.
Yeah. I had the advantage. I sat down first. I know.
Yep.
Yeah.
So my excuse if I get it wrong, it's because I can't see it.
Well, that's my excuse, but for a different reason. Weather all it is. Second ball of the over into Dixon. And bowls. This is around about.
Big
off.
appeal.
Well, I was going to say that looked off in middle and there was a shout, but whether he got an edge on it, I'm not sure.
The bowler fancied it. The keeper fancied it. The slip cordon fancied it.
Yeah. We don't have the benefit of Snicko, but my instinct was that he got an edge on it, but I might be very wrong. Otherwise, I couldn't see a lot wrong with it.
Umpire Burns unmoved.
Unmoved, yes. Under his hat.
I think the bowler was convinced, wasn't he? And he comes again to Dixon. He seems to have gotten rattled this over.
Just occasionally weather all strayed a little to the leg side, hasn't it? But, Who'd be a wicket keeper, I think.
Certainly that first one that was flicked away was not his optimum line, was it?
Not with 3 slips of gun in a backward point, no. That's a better length, better line. Dixon still presses it forward to mid-on, no run. No, he's bowling that, or at least his field says he should be bowling at an off-stump line, if you see. You've got 3 slips, you've got the gully, you've got a backward point, and then a big gap to mid-off. Dixon up on his toes, pushes it out on the offside.
But of course the bowler is never wrong.
Of course not. No, there's the umpire, actually.
I mean, if he strays off line, it's never the bowler's fault.
No.
Poor field placement is the boundary. Well, then, to complete the over from the river end, in bowls, think about a single.
Out to square leg, nothing doing. 18 for naught. Off of 8. Change in the commentary box. Change in the commentary box. I think there ought to be a change in the bowling attack as well.
Well, I know who's bowling at the moment, so if they get changed, then Ben Warren, you've had it. I will be vacating the seat now to go and do some proper work, and handing over to Ben Warren.
Well, I think we're just grateful for some cricket today, bearing in mind the winter we've had, where I think we've barely gone 2 days without a cloudburst. Ben, good morning to you. How are you?
Morning, Clive. Morning, everyone. Great to have cricket back at the ground, isn't it?
It is. It is. We were saying earlier that last season nearly merges into this season. You sort of played quite late in the year, and then they nipped off for a bit of sunshine.
It's always one of those very exciting mornings when you wake up and you think cricket's back.
Yes.
And it's been a pretty competitive opening half hour, hasn't it?
I think so. I think Exeter have bowled pretty well, Weatherall and Charlesworth. I think they've asked a few questions, and some of the answers that Somerset have provided have not been entirely convincing. So I think Charlesworth, and again here he's bowling to Dixon. He bowls a good line. They've obviously got to focus on that off-stump line. If you've got the 3 slips of gully and say in a backward point, and they've got the same feel to both of the seam bowlers, then you've got to be fairly disciplined. You've got to be pitching it up. You've got to be trying to focus on that line.
Looks a really good pitch, actually, I think. I think, first off, massive credit to the ground staff. At the ground, they've worked tirelessly over all winter, really, to ensure that we're up and ready. The ground looks in fantastic condition, and it's
you
a
were
really
telling me earlier about the sort of work which had been done, and perhaps you're in a better position than me to explain what work has been done actually over the winter here.
Yeah, of course. I mean, everyone who's watching will know that we had some issues at this stage last year with some of the grass growing back. There's been investment put in, and Nick Pepper, who's our new head grounds person, he's done an incredible job at getting us ready, because the weather still hasn't been fantastic, and there's been a lot of rain, particularly over the last few days. It's looking. We've got a pretty good view of the outfield up here, and it looks really promising. You know, much better grass growth, and we're all set to go as we are today. This game was originally due to be played at Taunton Vale over the road, so it's a credit. That's a testament to how well things have gone, that we're able to move this fixture back to the Cooper Associates County Ground. It's well bowled.
I think you were saying earlier today that over toward the Atkinson Pavilion. It was in the past always a risk of waterline on occasions, and a lot of work's been done on the drainage and levelling up some of the surfaces here.
Yeah, there's sort of two main sort of problem areas at the ground that historically have been in front of us here in the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion and over by the Colin Atkinson Pavilion. It's a lovely drive from Lammonby. To mid off. When the floodlights were installed in 2019, there was a kind of a temporary road that had to be put over the outfield to gain access to the floodlight that's just to the left of the Lordy and Botham stand. It's obviously got a river behind it, so accessing having machinery access that area of the ground required a temporary road structure to be put in place, and that caused some issues after it was removed. But yeah, credit to the ground staff, because they've done a great job on getting us ready, and it's really important, this game, for everyone in the club to kind of have at the ground to test things. The stream that you're watching today is very much a turn it on for the first time in 6 months kind of operation, so we're just getting back to where we need to be ahead of the first championship game. So big thanks to everyone tuning in, seeing a lot of YouTube comments coming in as always. So yeah, great to have everyone back on YouTube, and yeah, this is just a test broadcast as we kind of spend the next 3 days ironing out some glitches and getting us ready for the regular season.
Sean Dixon hasn't had a chance to leave very much. They bowled pretty straight to him this morning.
I think they bowl really well. I said they're not the quickest, but certainly they've. I think this looks a good pitch. There's not been, from where I've been viewing, all that much movement, and it looks quite. The colour of it looks quite fair. It's not that green, so yeah, it looks like a proper wicket. Sometimes in March it's incredibly difficult to produce a pitch, but Dixon just plays that nice. He plays that shot well off his hip.
He does, yeah, he does. I think you're right. I think there was a little bit of movement early on, but it sounds silly to say, but we're only a few overs into it, and it's everything straightened out. Is it what movement there was seems to have disappeared altogether?
Yeah, I mean, you're always going to get something in March, aren't you? Particularly bowling on the first morning. But it's just a really, it looks a really good colour, the pitch, and it looks like there's opportunity for the batters to get on the back foot fairly comfortably.
Not too much carry, I think. One or two, you can see a bounce, sort of stopped a little bit on bats for a little bit, but that's understandable. The other thing is about it, yes, of course, you can see the bowlers' foot marks, but they're not very dark, if you know what I mean. They don't seem to be disclosing much moisture underneath. No, I think Exeter have been quite pleased with what they've done so far as weather all comes in again. Tucked it out on the leg side, just forward of square. No run.
Yeah, we're obviously quite far over. I know you and Spencer have discussed the position of the pitch in terms of the square. There's one very short boundary I've known in the past in these sorts of games. There's been batters that have peppered it. I remember one year, some fans listening might remember Ricky Wessels scored, I think it was about 175 in not long, and Hamish Marshall. It's the first ever game. I joined about 9 years ago. The first ever game of cricket I saw here. Hamish Marshall played a T20 against Somerset. He was playing for Gloucester, and he hit 180 in a T20 because he was just peppering the very short boundary. So we are on a this wicket wouldn't be used for a first class game or a white ball game, but perfectly sufficient for what we're after today.
For a county club which in the past certainly would have hosted few, if any, international matches, it's quite a big square at Taunton.
It is, yeah.
Spence didn't think there was much in the way of Baz's ball this morning. 22 off of 10.
No, I mean they're just after time, aren't they? This is they had good session in Abu Dhabi. Lots of good positives from that. The weather's obviously great out there. They've managed to train on grass. Quite a lot of the side went to Sri Lanka as well before Abu Dhabi, which is new. They often send a couple to that tour, but a lot more went this year. So the guys have had a lot of practice, just not any in this country. So that will be the proof, isn't it? You know, these are an important 3 days to get out on grass in the UK and just keep the momentum going ahead of the first game.
Now, I mean, picking up a comfortable 2 there down to long on. Not looking to hit it too hard. He tucks us away.
I think you're right. They have bowled quite straight, haven't they? They've bowled quite a full length.
I don't know whether there was a contested toss or not this morning, but certainly if you were the university and if you were looking to get something positive out of this match, on the basis that in principle you should be on a hiding to nothing, actually bowling on the first morning at Taunton when the pitch is likely to be at its most helpful gives you the best chance, and I think they have by and large bowled fairly straight and kept a good length. Lammonby, proving my point, just pushes a straight ball on a good length back out on the offside.
It's a great opportunity, isn't it? You know, to make a it's important.
Get noticed.
Yeah, get noticed. I mean, the Exeter University bowlers wouldn't have had all that many miles in the tank, just as a lot of the university teams up and down the country have not. But there have definitely been examples. You know, many of them of players in these fixtures over the years going on and doing well and getting themselves county contracts. I think Dan Douthwaite is a recent example that sticks out in my mind of a player that performed well as Lammonby
pulls it for 4.
Nice and easily in control there. It was short from Charlesworth, and I think this is quite a slow pitch, isn't it? You know, you were saying earlier about the time and the carry, and that just sort of sat in the pitch for Lammonby to swivel on. So
I think actually it's the most comfortable he's looked all morning when he played that shot.
He plays the pull shot very well.
Yeah.
He's always played that pull shot very well. He plays that with quite a flourish of the bat.
Well, this time he's playing it on the offside, gets himself a single.
Particularly, I'm sure the Exeter bowlers will be keen to get Tom Lammonby, obviously a Devon player himself, so I'm sure there'll be an extra sort of little prize on his wicket early on this morning to get him out. It's interesting to note that Max Waller and Alex Barrow are here with Exeter University, who they're currently doing laps of the boundary. Obviously, former Somerset players themselves, so great to see Max and Alex back here at the Cooper Associates County Ground, and doing a lot of work this winter with Exeter University. So I'm sure they'll be keen for the Exeter University guys to put up a good show here. Still no change of bowling. We've been good spell that he's both in, but 3/4 of an hour they've been sharing the new ball now, so I'm sure it won't be too long before we see a change, but they have kept it very tight.
They have. They're tight but not particularly threatening. But no, I agree with you. I think probably half a dozen overs is really enough.
Just starting to stray a little bit straight.
Yeah.
Thanks to all our listeners on and watchers on YouTube. So keep your comments coming in throughout the summer. We got the regular commentators back for the first championship game, the same 7 that we've had for the last season. So Vic Marks, Peter Trigo, Harry Everett, Charlie Taylor, Sophie Luff, Stephen Lamb and Sam Darlin, all joining us again to talk you through Somerset's 2024 campaign. That's again quite straight.
It's strangling a little bit. It's almost as if he's straining too hard now, Weatherall.
Fair old crowding for Easter Sunday. There's quite a lot in the Colin Atkinson Pavilion.
Probably thinking about a good lunch, I expect. We
Yeah.
should always get here.
We got the Easter Sunday car.
Nice drive, nice straight drive from Dixon.
Oh, nice on drive from Sean Dixon. Again, it's a shot he plays well. I think it's a good sign when he's driving back past the bowler.
I think it's a shot that all batsmen like, isn't it? Send it back from whence it came.
For an opener in particular, it's that old adage, didn't show the maker's name, and I think that it's a shot that when Dixon's in form, he plays very well.
He's not the more compact of the two in style for me this morning. He's very much, I think, kept his eye very much over the ball and looked a bit tighter in technique. I think for Lammonby early on when they were going around the wicket to him, they obviously had a plan, but I'm not quite sure they were necessarily good enough to execute it against Lammonby. But it did seem to pull Lammonby's technique around a little bit, and Dixon turns us away into the onside.
Over to that short boundary over there.
2.
So they have just got a little bit too straight the last couple of overs. They just seem to be giving Lammonby and Dixon a few too many balls on their hip.
Yes.
At this level, they're not going to miss out on being able to rotate the strike, or I would say it might be time for a change.
It is lighter bed, isn't it? It's got a little bit lighter.
Yeah, I think the forecast looks okay. There might be the odd shower kicking around, but particularly given the weather that we've had. We had our media day on Thursday, which I think it was a complete write-off in terms of weather. You might well have seen the team photo that had to be taken in the indoor school, and all of the headshots had to be done indoors. So yeah, it was a very very wet press and media day that took place here on Thursday. It was only I'm reliably informed that it's the first time since 2000 that the official team photo had to be taken in the indoor school. So it was that wet.
Now then, do we have a change?
Yeah, we've got Dracker. Attack, right arm around, slow approach, and that's pull for 4.
Pull for 4 by Lammonby, yeah. Slow approach and quick dispatch.
Again, as we just alluded to, Lammonby is very strong puller of the ball, and on this pitch that is going to sit up, and yeah, just slightly too short from Dracker off his first ball. Lammonby into the 20s. Let's bring the sawdust out. Still might get a little bit down there.
You've got to blame something, you see, haven't you? You get pulled for 4 first ball, foot slip,
Still
skipper, you know.
Still spraying those arms, getting loose. So imagine this one will be a touch fuller.
steady approach, hasn't he? He's not hurrying in.
Yeah, short again.
Yeah, short again. This time Lamb just presses it on the offside.
It was a million miles from where the first ball pitched, but Lammonby deciding to go a more defensive route this time. I'm reliably informed that this game will be a 15, so Exeter will play 15 players throughout the game and Somerset will play 13, so the squad that was named last night on the Somerset channels, all 13 will feature at some point, and Exeter have got a squad of 15, again will all take part in this game. Although this is a slightly more official game than a friendly, if you like, it's still a pre-season game, so there's an element of fine-tuning to allow players to all get a hit and a bit of a bowl. So so Somerset will. It has been confirmed that Somerset will play all 13 players that were listed in the original squad. Fuller from Dracker. Message from good friend and fellow commentator Harry Everett. He's just on his way to the ground. He's going to pop in and say hello. Might do a little stint on commentary to get his vocal cords loosened up for the season. So Harry, if you're listening, just got your WhatsApp. Look forward to hearing from you shortly. Defends.
Lamb will be looking a little more comfortable now. Early on, his foot movement didn't look quite so convincing, but he looks a little bit looser, more settled now.
It'd be really interesting to see where they go, because obviously they've got Matt Renshaw, who I believe is now in the country. He may well be around today, we're told, to come and say hello. But Matt Renshaw is now in the country. You'd imagine he will open in the county championship.
Did I understand? I might be wrong about this and misread something. He was signed for a limited number of games.
I believe it's the first 7 championship games that he's been brought in for. No stranger to Somerset. Came in 2018 and again to 2020.
He did very well.
Yeah, did great. Such an amazing character. Very, very good with the club's community engagement programs. Yeah, I couldn't wax lyrical enough about how great an influence he is for the club. So yeah, really looking forward to having him back. And yeah, he's proven that.
Exeter a little bit more defensive in their settings now. The gully has disappeared. So we've got 3 slips back a point extra cover mid-off and mid-on and mid-wicket. On the long leg. Silo to bowl and is hooked by Dixon for 6. It looked very gentle and it was hooked a long way.
6 of the 2024 summer.
The blonde hair Mr. Thyle.
Harry Trump, the Somerset Club photographer, going in to retrieve that one. Somerset stand's actually closed for this game, so Harry is the only incompetent of the.
I think Spence was talking about going to throw him out earlier, and he realised who he was. So Thal again. This is a much better delivery all around about middle and off stump. Dixon pushing it away. Well, will be 22 and Dixon 24, 46, no extras.
Morning to everyone who's joining us on YouTube. Great to have you back with us this summer. Live streams come every non-Sky game as per usual, so do join us throughout the year.
Are you able to tell from the YouTube feeds how many people are listening in?
Yeah, we've got over 500 people watching us at the moment.
That's very good.
Which is great, yeah.
Doing my best to drive them away, but there you go, failing.
No, yeah, it's always a fantastic support we get on the live streams. We get our regulars that come in every game, but we also get lots and lots of people join us throughout the season. So yeah, warm welcome to everyone, and yeah, it's great to be back.
We're very much up a fair old height here. I'm sort of brought home to me. Side again outside the off stump because the seagulls are actually flying lower than we're sat, I noticed this morning.
Yeah, it's a fantastic view.
It is.
Lots of comments coming in. Mike from Mike Unwin, who does an incredible job with the Somerset Cricket Museum as a volunteer. Morning, Mike. Todd Linley, who formerly of this parish, says hello. Todd now at a certain Premier League football team that suffered an agonising defeat yesterday, so I hope Todd's recovering well.
Was that the 4-3 defeat?
It may well have been.
Ah.
May well have been.
That's how to be 3-1 up and lose or something, isn't it? Something like that.
Todd's clearly drowning his sorrows in our live stream.
No worse places to drown your sorrows.
Absolutely.
I think live stream has brought cricket back to people who, perhaps have, for whatever reason, not been able to get here to watch cricket as much, maybe moved away. But I think it's brought back a family feel to it. People can engage in it and make comment. Dracker resumes and Dixon playing a little bit away from his body, but comfortably enough to not for any runs.
It's a double change we've got here. Dillo and Dracker into the attack.
Yeah, second over. As we near possibly the first 50 partnership of the summer. Dixon tucks this one away to the onside. Looks for one, looks for two. Will he get four? I think he did.
Four. Valiant effort.
Valiant effort. Backward square leg. Away to our right.
Just too straight again. Dixon is very strong on his pads. And he's profited well off his hip a lot this innings. But that was full and straight, and Dixon played it really confidently.
Well, it brings the 50 up, 51 for naught, and we're in the 15th over.
Full again, but straighter from Tracker. Slightly better line.
He's very watchful, I think, Sean Dixon, on his approach to this.
I think it'd be really interesting. So with Matt Renshaw, no doubt slotting into this team on Friday at Canterbury. It'll be very interesting to see what direction they go in terms of batting order. Both these two have opened a lot. And we are going to see a change in the commentary box. I'm delighted to be joined by Alex Barrow, who's coaches for Exeter University. Done a great job getting them ready. I'm going to get a view from the opposition at the end of this over.
Dixon trademark off his pads again, doesn't it? Not very well on this occasion. Very much aware that we've got the benefit of the, as it were, wicket to wicket on live stream, but much away from the wicket. We're going to have to do our best to tell you where it's gone, as it were. As Spence was indicating earlier, he felt he was cheated rather by having the pillar in front of him. And no sympathy from my perspective, of course. I sat down first.
See a bit of blue sky above the ground for the first time.
It's a good omen.
Slight delay here. Completely over.
Well, I thought at one point they were jesting with somebody behind the bowler's arm. Now, bearing in mind how many people are not in the ground, that must be an achievement. But
does seem to be some sort of
distraction down there.
Behind the
reflection or something.
I think there's someone just...
It's so close under us we can't actually see.
I believe there's just someone walking in front of the sight screen down there. That's all sorted now.
There isn't much of a sight screen at the river end, is there, for this match, really? It's just white seats. Anyway, Dixon survives, pushes it back down the...
Right, I'm going to make way now, Clive. Thanks for having me.
So, I would say you're entirely welcome, but it's your gig, not mine. Alex Barrow's going to come in and join me, so we've got the great advantage of a Somerset background and an Exeter University background. But, well, we've had just over an hour's play. Somerset have moved themselves on to 51 for no wicket. As Alex, splendid in cap, puts his headphones on. Alex, good morning. Good afternoon.
Yeah, afternoon actually, isn't it? Nice to see some cricket.
It is nice to see some cricket, and I think Exeter have acquitted themselves very well this morning. They've kept it tidy in terms of not allowing Somerset to get away with anything.
Yeah, I thought the two opening bowlers started really nicely. I think Dicko and Lammers have been patient, haven't they? They've scored when we've missed.
Yeah,
Kookaburra hasn't done too much, has it?
No, cut the poor shots. There was a little bit, very early on, a little bit of movement. But I've been impressed by the general consistency of the Exeter bowlers. I don't think they've allowed Somerset batters much in the way of width. Occasionally been the short ball, and yes, it's been pulled, and pulled effectively. But you know, Exeter are not sitting back. And, here we go, another pull shot.
Yeah, I think the wicket's a little bit on the slow side as well, isn't it? As you'd probably expect at this time of year. So generally, when we've missed a bit short, which presented some scoring opportunities. But on the whole, I think the boys have started well from both sides.
Yeah. I mean, when you approach this from an Exeter point of view, what's your hope, what's your expectation, would you say? You know, what as a bowler, for example, what are you looking for?
Ultimately, it's pre-season games. It is about time on feet. You know, so this will be our first run out on grass. So what we're looking for is looking for our guys to kind of find some rhythm and get rhythm within a competitive environment. For them to be able to transfer things that they've worked on throughout the winter and transfer that into a game. But pretty relaxed, to be honest. Like, it's a really big game for our players because they know what potentially can happen if they perform really well. The guys with aspirations, which, you know, we're probably 50-50 in terms of guys who are either professional cricketers or would like to be. So for the guys who want to be, it's a really big opportunity for them. And then for the other guys, it's just a great experience to come and play against a team like Somerset at a first-class ground. So it is individualised, to be honest. Some will put more on it than others, but as a collective, it's always the most exciting game for them. It's always the hardest team for me to pick because I know how much players want to play. But for the bowlers, it's about getting time on grass, getting some rhythm, trying to get some confidence from performance. That's ultimately all it is. And then as a group, when it turns to our time to bat, it'll be the same thing. It'll be about guys finding rhythm, transferring what they've done throughout the winter, moving well, and trying to get confidence. And it's we've seen in the previous years, people who've performed in the county game have generally taken so much from it, and that leads them, or kind of serves them really well going forward into our season.
So it's the first opportunity Exeter have had to play on grass or practice on grass?
Yeah, first run up. We actually had some of the bowlers come up on Wednesday, so we trained with Somerset on Wednesday. But the weather cut that a little bit short, so a couple of the guys got some overs in on grass before lunch, and then after lunch was cancelled unfortunately. So yeah, pretty much for the majority, it's the first run out on grass. And for like someone like Tommy, this is the first time Max and I have been able to see him play on grass, see him play. So for our first years, there's a lot of them who this is the first time we've actually seen them play in game, which is nice. Obviously, we see a lot of them throughout the winter and see what they can potentially be. But as we know, it is a game played outside, and it's sometimes easier to look good inside or have strength inside, or actually be poorer outside than you are poorer inside than you are outside. So ultimately, it's just about seeing where people are individually.
Yes, because if you're playing inside, you're not going to, playing inside on a surface is going to be far more consistent than playing outside, no matter whatever time of the year it is, as it were. And obviously, playing inside, the nets are going to be a lot quicker than Somerset is going to be at the end of March, or anywhere is going to be at the end of March.
Yeah, it's a big change, isn't it? That's the thing. Cricket hasn't been able to kind of create an indoor facility that actually reflects.
Now, Dixon will have enjoyed that, won't he? That's a glorious square cut, or backward cut. He's really creamed that.
Yeah, we haven't been able to create like a really realistic indoor training environment, have we, as a sport yet? So generally, the nets are quick and run-ups are short. Nets are small, and then we get outside and we get a lot of space, and wickets are a little bit slower, and they do a little bit more off the seam. So it doesn't transfer fully, but shot.
Again, he didn't hit that very hard, did he? But he just placed it nicely, timed it nicely. Good.
Yeah, I think
consecutive fours.
Yeah, I think these two have batted really nicely. I think they've left well, they've defended well, they've picked off short balls in particular, and picked off when our guys have got straight. It's a nice partnership. It's a strong partnership for sure.
Yeah, that's right. He was talking about batting and bowling and the differences between being on grass and in the net. So Tracker comes in again. Yeah. Again, it's driven back. Now, he caught that on the shin, I think. Now, that one, didn't my eyes deceive me, but I thought...
Yeah, definitely stuck out a right leg there, didn't it?
It did. He's a braver man than me, and I think that was pretty well timed.
Yeah.
Obviously a hard man down in Exeter.
The big Australian, actually, Tommy.
Oh, there. Well, then, yes, it's in his breeding.
Yeah.
Comes in again. I think the Somerset batters have grown into this partnership a bit. I think their feet are moving better now than early on, and again that goes back to the indoors outdoors bit. I think again, if you're indoors you can get a little bit lazy in foot movement. But I was going to make the big thing, of course, you can't really practice indoors, is fielding in the way that these guys are, you know, that because you don't have that. You're not 30 yards away or 40 yards away, and being able to move left and right and as the ball comes towards you.
Yeah, to be honest, we're really lucky at Exeter. We use the indoor tennis courts for our fielding sessions, so we actually have a load of space. So from a fielding perspective, the only thing that we're not able to properly facilitate is high catches. But in terms of inner ring work and boundary work and the realistic distances, we're able to create that, which is something Max and I are really passionate about, the fielding side. So we're actually really lucky with how we have that space.
Well, Max is legendary with his fielding.
Yeah, absolutely, and you know, it's something that from a coaching perspective we put a huge amount of value on. So having that space that we can then create sessions where actually that is fairly similar to what they'll get in terms of catching distances, ball speed, travel speed and distance. So that's really good. I think what it looks like, and just chatting to Luke and Rafi when they came off, it's just the bowling on grass compared to running in an indoor school certainly takes it out of the legs a little bit, and I think you can probably see that. And the boys will probably be a little bit stiff in the morning come it, but
Daniel?
Yeah, Sam Daniel coming on. Again, first time we'd have seen him in gameplay. He's a nice left arm spinner. Plays at Berkshire.
I think your fingers would be cold. He'd be keeping his hands in his pockets to keep them warm.
Yeah, he's been at second slip for the whole inning, so hopefully he's had a bit of time to keep them in his pockets.
Lammonby picks up a couple away into the leg side.
Yeah. It's just great to get some cricket, isn't it? I looked at the forecast from a while out, and it looked like we could have had a fair bit of rain. So very pleased to have some.
No, I think yeah, absolutely. Oh, tossing it up. That's nice to see, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. It's a clever bowler, Sam. I think he really impressed us when he came. Didn't know too much about him, but he's a skillful bowler. He thinks very nicely about the game. With a good skill set.
Yeah.
Played a lot of T20 and 50 over cricket, so he's not played heaps of multi-day cricket. But fundamentally, he's got good action. He lands the ball consistently, changes his pace nicely.
And I think he's just been, well, is it four?
Four,
or
yeah. Yeah,
four. He picked the longest part of the ground to hit that, didn't he? Down toward the Atkinson Pavilion. Takes Lammonby on to 40. Sean Dixon on to 37.
Yes.
Just a little bit drift there.
Really good
He's
catch.
Caught
By Johnny Connell.
Caught slip. That just seemed to drift away, and
Interesting to see the replay. I reckon yeah, it's not a massive spinner of the ball, Sam, so might have just skidded on. It's a really good low catch from Johnny.
Yeah. I don't think we've got any benefit of a replay on live stream at the moment. So
we'll have to imagine it, won't we?
We'll have to imagine it. But it looked as though that it was an arm ball, and it just. Dwayne, you did say he was clever and varied of things, but it was a good length.
Yeah, it was.
on that sort of off-stump line and just seemed to drift slightly.
It's a good
But
start from Lammers, though.
I was going to say, I think he'd be happy enough with that.
Yeah, I think, like I said, you always want runs as a batter in these games, but I think the way Lammers has built an innings there can take a lot of confidence from that. He's been in a good place throughout pre-season by all accounts, out in Abu Dhabi, and I saw a fair bit of him in Sri Lanka when we were out there with the academy, so he looks in a good place. He'll be happy with that.
We were talking earlier about the mix of youth and experience, which all sides strive for in some ways. And we're talking about the fact that in many ways younger players are far more exposed to top-level cricket. James Rew would be an example. He was able to be exposed to that, and I think he's benefited from it. But he's still, a very young person, young man. And on the other hand, I think Somerset have got a number of people, around the 30 age, which have got again a tremendous amount of experience, and they ought to be at the peak of their powers in a way.
Yeah, definitely. Like, you look at the squad. The squad's, for me, in a really good place. Like I said, it's got some really experienced players that are at a good age, some really good young players, and then obviously recruited over the last couple of years some good players as well externally. So yeah, as a Somerset supporter, I think the squad's in a good place. There's depth. If people are missing out, there's other good players coming in. Obviously, you've got two very good spinners now in Leachy and Vash. The seam attack looks strong. Batting looks fairly settled, you would think. So yeah.
Yes, I think actually the batting lineup looks sterner, stronger than it has actually for a number of years.
Yeah.
What I hope is that Somerset, don't have to rely on. Do you know what? That's a brilliantly timed shot. It didn't look as though he did anything other than play a defensive shot, and it's gone long on for 4. I sort of watched him play it, thought, yes, he's just pushed it into the offside. He's absolutely timed that, Sean Dixon.
Yeah, it races away down there.
It did race away down there. Takes him on to 41, Somerset 81 for 1. Tom Abel, the new batsman, given up the captaincy this year. I would have thought he must have international aspirations, Tom Abel. Dixon turns this away into the onside.
Yeah, he's also done it for a long time now, hasn't he? I think he's done it for 7 years in the end. So, he took the job on very young, and
actually
probably time felt right for him.
Quite a difficult time really with sort of transition of players and things like that, and the nonsense of COVID, the disaster of COVID for people and how it affected cricket and life generally, didn't it? He's captained Somerset through a difficult time.
He has, and I think he's done a really good job.
Yeah.
I think these things always come to an end. It's great now that he can kind of release those reins over to Lewis, who will no doubt do it in a slightly different way to Abe's, and Abe's can hopefully get back to just being the batter, and put in some really good performances. No doubt that's what he'll be wanting to do.
I think he averaged about 40 last year from memory, and I kind of feel that he's at the point of his career where he can actually move on from that. I think he's become a very good player.
Oh, he's a brilliant player, Abe's.
And he's got the ability to pick up the odd wicket as well with
absolutely.
the ball.
He offers a team so much just from his skill set, but from a character point of view, he won't change that he's not captain in terms of how much he gives. So hopefully it's for him and the team. It's about him scoring runs, chipping in with the ball when he's able to do that. He's a brilliant fielder. He plays in all formats, so hopefully that's what we get to see a lot more of. Abe's doing that, and that's good for him, good for Somerset if he is able to do that.
Well, I think actually giving up the captaincy will be a release for him, and actually I think we'll probably see more. As Dixon again plays another nice shot. down the ground. This time not for 4, just...
One. Right, I better nip off now, Clive. So thanks
You had a better
thanks
offer.
for the time. I might come up again a bit later in the day or tomorrow.
Well, I struggle to believe you've had a better offer, but there we are. Thank you very much indeed. Well, 83 for 1. Somerset, Sean Dixon on 42. Lammonby with a very good contribution earlier on. But Tom Abel has come in, as we were saying, he's not out 1. And it'll be interesting to see how he approaches this. Daniel picking up a wicket in his first over. Abel just pushing the first one out on the offside. Yeah, I think there are views about Lammonby, but I really do think that he's become a very good player and developed, I was going to say, almost despite the captaincy. I think being a captain at a comparatively very young age shows a great strength of character. And the fact he was able to carry that off and bat pretty consistently. Daniel in again and bowls to Dixon, who drives to the offside, picks up a couple. I think he was half hoping it would reach the boundary, but he's going to get nowhere short, nowhere near the boundary on the offside. It's a bit damp. But takes him nicely on to 44, 86 for 1. Nice to see Daniel giving it a little bit of loop. He's not afraid to throw it up, and that's the opportunity.
Hi, Clive.
Hello.
How do you find it in the seat? Enjoying the office?
Oh, absolutely, absolutely.
You're loving it. How's it going?
Well, I tell you what, it must be warmer in here than it is out there.
Oh, you wait till we get heat summer when Sam Dallin's got his 3 gilets on and we have the heating on all summer. It's a bit ridiculous, really, but... No, nice to be with you. Harry Everett back on air for the first time this season. Thanks to Clive doing a stellar job. I wasn't going to be on today. I'm meant to be going up to Stoke to see the in-laws this afternoon, but managed to persuade. Might be going to the Women's Super League final, the Conti Cup, Arsenal-Chelsea. On the way up in the Midlands this afternoon. I thought I could just about get half an hour commentary stint in to come and keep you company for half an hour before lunch.
Well, Harry, it's a pleasure.
So, yeah, no. Been watching on the stream on the way up, of course. I watched that replay about 4 times. Didn't massively spin, did it? I think Lammonby played the wrong line.
He played well. Well, if it spun, it went the other way.
Yeah, well, that's what I was trying to have a look at. I was replaying it on the YouTube stream.
Oh, well, that's cheating, you see, because I don't have that advantage.
But he's got my phone out.
But we just thought, looking at it, that he either played down the wrong or there was a little bit of drift, and I was giving the bowler credit for a little bit of drift away, sort of the arm ball.
Yeah. Good areas, yeah, fair enough. Good to see 3 slips in action, isn't it?
It is. That's a little wide. Yes, it is. They've been pretty consistent, Exeter. I mean, earlier on they were using the 3 slips, the gully and the backward point. Well, the point has gone a little squarer now, but you've still got this sort of 6-3 field.
Good to see familiar faces in the score box next door. Mr. Langford from Exeter CC, scoring for Exeter University today. And Polly, of course.
Yes.
What a lovely shot that is.
A nice shot, isn't it?
Oh, that's what I've come to see. Tom Abel through the covers. I bigged him up.
on the up.
That's it. In my season preview, I bigged him up. I said, Well, I think I said one to watch, which seems ridiculous for a guy who's been captain for 7 years. And
Oh no, I think
best
he
bat
is.
in the
I think
club,
he
but-
actually. I feel that giving up the captaincy or the change in the captaincy will be a release for Tom
Yeah.
Abel, that he can focus on his batting, and he must be one of those people that is on a selector's mind when you're
Yeah.
thinking about England. That's the point, because
I agree.
the England top order does not look reliable.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Is that polite?
No, I think that's a fair way of putting it. I am on Thursday. It was a Somerset media day here Thursday, and I had a one-to-one interview with Tom in this exact room, and I was chatting away to him and saying, you know, how will you enjoy not being captain and going back in the ranks? Because he had a decent winter. Played with Tom Banton. They both scored a couple of 40s together in the UAE Franchise League. He was man of the match in the SAT 20 final. Different formats to this, but it's talking about the confidence it gives him.
Yeah, and again, look at another glorious cover drive.
I mean,
He
not
does make
having
it look
extra
easy.
cover is riskier, isn't it? I
Oh,
mean,
yeah, it is, but I'm just looking at the shot and thinking that he looks immediately comfortable. He's immediately timing the ball on what must be a slow pitch
yeah.
against a bowler that he will not know. And again, all of those things come into play.
You've got to pull that length back. That's the better length, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah.
I'm surprised. I thought they might go back to Weatherall or possibly Charlesworth before lunch, just to give them a little stint again. Not that he's doing particularly badly, but they've got plenty of bowling options of Exeter University here.
It's interesting, isn't it, mindset? Because I'd thought, do you have a second spinner and give them a roll before lunch? I think the two opening bowlers were very consistent in what they tried to do. The last over or so, I felt the line was just straying a little bit, whether they were overexerting or the fact that this is the first time out on grass.
Yeah. Because they tried to train on Wednesday, didn't they?
And I gather that was curtailed.
Yeah, they trained a bit Wednesday morning, then it rained at lunch.
Yeah.
Fair play though, Exeter and Somerset. Not often you'd see a team 3 days before saying, come and train with us, but that's the nice link of a local university team. And
I think that's exactly the sort of mindset you want to be encouraging in Somerset, really.
oh wow!
Here we go,
that
down
shot.
the pitch.
It's not even going to. Is it going to go for 4? It might plug. I think it's just stopped. Yeah, just in front of where Polly Road's new school box is going to be when the season starts properly in a couple of weeks' time. She's got her last game up next to us in the next door box. Bit of a shame for her, but when the BBC commentary, they've been all over the place. They've been at deep mid wicket in that little caravan. They've been on the bus shelter on the pavilion down below us. Anthony Gibson's going to move in next door in a couple of weeks' time.
Well, that's a little bit generous, that tossing it up, but he's only got away with it. He's got a single.
Good bit of fielding, diving round from mid-off.
Yeah.
I like seeing Dixon playing these positive shots through the offside.
He's very good off his legs, isn't he? And very good straight. And I think actually, yes, I think it is a mark of confidence when he starts to play those offside shots. And this little pull away to the onside has just resulted in a couple of runs. They pulled it back, I think. Not quite sure what the square umpire was gesturing there.
Well, it nearly went for 4. I think he was just checking. We've got no roaming camera to check in on the fielder to see if it had touched the rope. I think he just give the fielder the benefit of doubt in these kind of games. Tom Abel doesn't mind 2 runs different. I mean, he scuffed that pull shot anyway. He knows he didn't hit it cleanly. He's his own harshest critic, Tom. He won't mind me saying it. He'd have expected to fit that in the stand, probably. The short, long up, really.
Yeah.
He scuffed for 2 through the vacant forward square leg region. Oh, that's gone. Yeah, you're right. He does.
He does. I think he has an arm ball, and I think it's very effective. And
I agree.
Cut inside edge there for no run. I've been quite impressed by watching him. To be honestly, I think he knows what he's about, Daniel.
Yeah, he does. Not a bowler I've played against or seen before, to be honest with you. A few of these lads I've trained with or played against in the Devon League or recent years, but no, Daniel's not one I've seen. So they've bit of a turnover in recent years. The likes of Goodman and Wells Gloucestershire, have been at Exeter University, moved on now. John Turner, of course, played in South Africa, played for Pal in the T20 League. Hasn't played much cricket since last year, but he was not going to get a go in this. England and Hampshire managing his workload. Hopefully he'll be getting a game with Abbas and Abbott and co at Hampshire next week.
Yeah. Ooh.
Flailed at that. It's gone for 6. That's gone for 6.
I think it has. It's a top edge.
Shows the pace he's bowling though, because he's still done well to throw his hand at that for that to reach that.
Yes.
Well, I suppose it's the 3rd boundary, but it's not that far. Is it? The hill just stands empty. It's just landed before it. 6 runs.
It was a
good way to get your 50, I suppose. 50 with a 6 sounds good, doesn't it? 50 and 100 with a 6.
Yes. Well, yes. I would say it was sort of a SWAT shot, wasn't it?
Yeah. I mean, there are 3 slips really. It's almost like a first, a second, and a fourth.
Yeah.
He was never going to catch that, any of them.
That's a good ball, right up the block hole. That's pushed away. Yes, it was. Well, that said, I mean, that boundary isn't that short. I mean, it's the normal. Well,
it would be a little bit further over generally, but yeah. I think we're on the furthest left wicket that is a match wicket. Those 2 there, you can see at cover of practice wickets. Yeah.
Yeah. I thought perhaps, given the nature of this game, that Dixon might have retired.
Well, it was funny. I've been looking at a lot of games against the UCCE teams in the last week. The Notts lads, for example, they were 400 or something stupid for only 1 or 2 wickets lost, and Hamid retired, Slater retired. They're on 50s and 73 and 82. And why do you let Tom Moores get 82 but you only let Slater get 73? Is it time? Is it random? I don't think they have an exact science, to be honest with you. I do enjoy looking at the scorecards, working out when do you let him retire. Because you remember a couple of years ago, it was more than a couple of years ago, I can't really say show my age, but when Hildreth and Compton, do you remember that partnership in a warm-up game?
Yes.
They went ballistic, and that was first class. So they just kept on going.
Yes.
They both scored double hundreds. That's another 4 slashed through the offside.
Well, Dixon looks like he's played himself into some very, very good form here.
I think it's helped the short wide ones.
Oh well, yes, but you've still got to hit it, as they would say. And
early on, he was circumspect, wasn't he? Which is acceptable and understanding in March. We're still in March, aren't we? Last day of March, on a green top.
He looked, for me, more comfortable than Tom Lammonby did.
Yeah.
I don't want to make too much of it, but I just...
Well, you think it's a shootout for one spot, really, don't we?
Well,
I mean, no official line. I did try and ask Andy Hurry and Lewis Gregory last week. They wouldn't tell me exactly, but you've got to presume Renshaw comes in and one of them drops down to 5, you'd think.
Yeah.
No Banton in the squad, remember this, for this match.
Yeah.
So you'd guess Goldsworthy comes in for TKC would be my reckoning. So you'd have Renshaw and Lammonby or Dixon, Abel at 3. TKC's not at 4, so I'd guess Goldsworthy at 4. No Andy Mee because he's injured. And then you think the other one will be at 5, the other Lammonby or Dixon. Roos 6, Gregory 7, Overton 8, and then whichever 3 you pick out of Ball, Davey, Aldridge, Leach. Well, Leach isn't going to play, maybe Bashir. There's plenty of options in the seam bowling department. You presume that Ogborn's probably
reasonable options all around, really.
Yeah. That's another 4 runs for Sean Dixon. You always think he clothed that. Didn't get the middle of the bat completely, but it's still gone.
Still gone. He's played a couple of shots, actually, that I thought were defensive pushes, and they flew to the boundary.
Yeah.
Which is always a very good sign. 113 for 1, and we're 23 overs in.
Yeah, what have we got? 26 minutes until lunch. Just a brief stint for me today, just helping out. Nice message from Sophie Love. She's back in the country. Sophie will be back on comms with myself and the rest of the team later in the summer. Well, a few weeks away now. Sophie's back from playing a bit of cricket, Parramatta in Sydney again. It'd be great to have her back with us. Sophie Love's Western Storm making a new signing the other day. Be exciting to see Sophie's Western Storm team are playing here a few games, of course, this summer. And don't forget the international, Pakistan.
Yes. Now then, let's have a look, see if we've got any more in drift. Not there.
Big stride from Tom Abel.
Yeah.
Came right to the pitch of it. Different bat stickers than last season.
You see, I was naive years ago that I always thought that the bat sticker reflected the bat maker, and I think probably in those days it did.
Yeah, it probably did, yeah.
And now it's a sponsor.
Even 10 years ago, maybe.
Yeah.
I think it's a relatively new thing.
Well, shall we say, the local bat maker. We're making bats for people who would put other stickers on them, shall we say?
Yeah. With extra cover and cover very close together, both in, well, the sort of spiked trainers that looks a bit village. You know, you laugh at people wearing black trainers in village cricket. But the Keyswetter did it, didn't he? I think Waller's done it as well. The shoe doctor around the corner. You get the trainers spiked. I still don't think you get the protection you need. You know, if you get hit on the ankle or the toe, a lot of them don't bat them, they're just fielding them. But, you know, if you're bowling and you get one whacked back at your boot, you have a bit of protection, I'd have thought.
Yeah. Dixon looks like someone who wants to be pressing on with this, but
yeah, he does. Yeah, it's not quite there to go, is it?
No.
He wants to dance down. Can he use his feet?
But you almost get the impression you'll take 2 or 3 strides down to shake hands with the bowler and plonk it straight back over his head. But Daniel actually is very shrewd, I think. I'm very impressed with him. Here we go. Here we go.
That's in the. That's over the hill to stand. That's in the river. We're going to need a new ball. Clip that shot up. Will Martin on your social media job. Have you got a clip of that? The fielder's gone to chase it. He's not getting it. He's run all the way to the boundary, then pointed it's in the river. Well, yeah, we could have told you that 30 seconds ago. I think that's one of those that Chris Gale, when Chris Gale was batting here, they had a bloke in a little boat rowing along the river, try and get the white balls from the T20 blast. The Gale was hitting in there, and that's Sam North East.
That's true, isn't that story?
Yeah, North East hit loads in there that game. Some's actually lost that game ridiculously, but one of those high-scoring blast games here.
I just want to point out, though, we did call the fact that Tom Abel was looking to come down the pitch and plonk it over his
Dixon,
head.
yeah.
Dixon, sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, agreed. Yeah, it was coming.
It was coming.
He chose the right ball. Is that Charlesworth coming back on? I think it looks like it might be. Just having a look. Luke Charlesworth.
We'll be informed in due course.
Luke Charlesworth made his championship debut against Leicestershire back in September last year, in his 3rd year at university. Ben Charlesworth, of course, the left-handed opening bat for Gloucestershire. His brother's done pretty well in recent seasons.
We're talking about bowlers or fielders sticking out their foot to stop the ball, and one of the Exeter bowlers managed to stick his shin in the way of one. I think it was Sean Dixon cracked down earlier on. But I can remember, much to my embarrassment, umpiring a village match many years ago.
Where was this?
At Spaxton.
Oh yeah, very nice.
And very, very, very fine club cricketer called Hughie Ingram was bowling for Spaxton. Hugh, when he was minded, was very fast. And the batsman hammered it back, and I was desperate to get out of the way and trapped it perfectly with my left foot. A footballer would have been proud of it. It should have been 4 and it went for nothing.
One of those, yeah.
Yeah.
So a little bit wide just outside off stump the first ball. That's going to make Tom Abel play.
Isn't it? Yeah.
So Charlesworth bowled 6 overs for 18 early in the day. Back on for a second spell from the just Gothic Pavilion end. Sophie loves making brownies. Brilliant. As soon as I walked in, someone made, I think my old ICT teacher, Mr. Bird, made a rude comment about me. No food for you today, Harry. But don't worry. I'll be okay. I've had a few hot dogs and croissants this morning. Bit of Easter chocolate. But yeah,
so you're hoping to head north after lunch, are you?
Yes, well, I'll be honest with you, I wasn't intending on this 3-day game. I looked at the forecast and didn't think I'd have much of a chance, if I'm brutally honest. Cool, that's done a bit. Tom Eagles watched that just past the off-stump, whistle past.
That was not quite as close as Lammonby's leave early this morning.
No, he's had a few of them over the recent years, Lammonby. He likes a judge's leave. No, I got to spend a bit of time with the in-laws. I mean, from April to September, I'm pretty fully booked with cricket, playing, coaching, commentating, writing. Whether it's my BBC Sport articles and writing, or commentating here, or
who do you play for now?
Play for Wemden now. Some player coach at Wemden and Bridgewater.
Yes.
We got the Lashings this year.
Have you? Yeah.
Sadly, it's the same day as a T20, so I can't double advertise. So I'll have to miss one blast game to potentially open the batting against Walsh, Ambrose, and have Devon Malcolm as first change.
Well,
So I'm a little bit
fair
terrified.
enough.
I think it's the 14th of June, so shout out. Well, you might be able to make 4 till 6 at Wemden, at least watch the first innings and a half, and then bomb it down here for the blast off. Shame that they're going to clash, but yeah, good challenge for me playing a bit of Somerset Whipple cricket. Having played in the Devon League for years, it's nice to see some different faces and the Duke's ball and different challenges.
Yeah.
We've got Josh Davies, Western Supermare in a couple of weeks, pre-season friendly, so wonder if Josh Davies is going to
Would
get
that be a
picked.
friendly?
Well, yeah. You wonder if Josh is going to be picked in the first couple of games. You wouldn't expect a pro cricketer to play club cricket in a pre-season friendly, but if they're not, there's not much pre-season going on with the rain, or not much in the first couple of rounds of the championship. You never know.
So Mr. Trigo still trot out for Western?
Not for Western, no. He's Burbage and Eastern Royal now. His
Oh,
two
is he?
boys. Pete, after commentating all day with Pete one time last year, we then both went off to Wemden separately, and his boy bounced me out, which is a bit embarrassing. And then Rob Turner, of all people, caught me behind the wicket. So, yeah, Pete, that's an absolute beauty. No, just
How did he
inside the
miss
line.
that?
Just inside the line.
Just
We'll give him the benefit of the doubt, shall we? Just bail his stumps, let it go past.
I think he was beaten for that. 120 for 1 after 25. There was a couple of short balls and boundaries from Abel and Dixon, and actually lifted the run rate quite significantly.
120 for 1, yeah, I was looking at Baz ball or Cider ball, whatever you want to call it these days. Here, I'm not too worried personally. Just first innings batting points will be a massive blessing for Somerset this year. I think that's got to be the focus.
That's where they've struggled in recent seasons,
Yes,
isn't it?
massively
They've got
so.
a number of times it's, you kind of feel that they've done better in the second innings, as it were, in terms of run scoring, and perhaps have been a little bit not reliant, but here we go again. Square cut this time from Dixon.
Don't often see Dixon play so many runs through the covers off a spinner. I like this.
Yeah, but that was a little shorter. Yes, Daniel again.
There's one. Oh, good bit of fielding again. You'd expect this side to be good in the field with Waller and Barrow at the helm.
Well, they shouldn't drop anything with Max Waller, should they? I mean, he should be...
Well, Baz himself was a superb fielder. When he plays for Sidmouth in recent
Yeah.
years, he wouldn't often keep. He'd often be in the field charging around.
Yeah. Impressed with Daniel.
Yeah, I agree.
I think, listening to Peter Trigo a couple of years ago, as modestly saying he scored a big...
Peter Trigo modest. Sorry, should we just stop there? What were you listening to?
Well, he was making the point, I think, that he batted all afternoon for Western or something, and his son was unable to get a knock.
Was that when he was playing? He did get some stick for playing seconds or thirds a few years ago with his boys, and he whacked a few runs.
Yeah.
But now his boys are good enough. I mean, one of them was in the Southampton Football Academy. Now he's playing for Cardiff. They're both getting in Western's first team in the Whipple. Decent standard of cricket. So they're actually playing. Pete's playing in the same division as his boys, but they're playing in the West Division, and he's playing in the East Division. Bit daft, the second tier of the Whipple.
I think both sides would be quite happy with this morning. I know
Yeah,
Somerset
it's just a run out,
120,
isn't it?
but
Good
it's a run out.
exercise.
But I think Exeter have bowled well enough. I think Somerset will feel that Lammerby has had a knock, Dixon's having a knock, and Abel is having a very good knock, albeit he's only got 13 at this point.
Little shout out to Todd, who used to work for the club. Todd Lindley used to be in our ear telling us what to do. He's listening in the gym in London. He's working for West Ham now, and he's misses the club so much. He loved it down here. TikTok Todd used to do all the videos and the social media content for Somerset. Nice that people leave the club and they still love it. You know, Jamie Cox coming back, listening to him saying he's been watching from afar, or he's been in Australia or London or Although
Well, live stream has helped a lot of that,
Yes,
hasn't
of
it?
course,
Allowed
yeah.
people to stay part of the family.
Talking of people watching from far and wide, we've got a mate who played for Monkton Heathfield Cricket Club in Studley around here. He's watching from Bundaberg, just moved back out to Australia and Queensland. He's watching the Somerset live stream from the beach. That's pretty cool, isn't it?
Well, I hope it's not cool, but I know what you mean.
No, yeah, he's going to be a cracking picture. The Somerset live stream does get watched in some wacky places. The live chat's got all sorts of messages on it. We will try and get through a few of the messages before lunchtime. Damien Kramer says hi from New South Wales, the mid-north coast.
Well, what time is it there then?
That's 10 p.m. there, of course.
10
There's
PM.
3 or 4 different time zones between Perth, Queensland, and then the southeast corner. But the Sheffield Shield finishing recently, and a few Aussies coming over here for the championship. The likes of Nathan Lyon, Scotty Boland. Michael Ness has changed, isn't he? Gone from Glamorgan to Hampshire. That's a big move. Quite a lot of Australians are going to be over here in a couple of weeks. Matt Renshaw's birthday on Sunday. Birthday on Thursday. He's due to arrive in England today. Hopefully he'll be fit and raring to go at Canterbury on next Friday. Well, that's a lovely shot, isn't it? Straight down the ground, maybe.
Nice, soft, dried able, isn't it?
Only just gone, mind. It's slowed up a bit in the long
Yes.
grass down below us. Tuning in from Colorado at 5 a.m. says MG. That's not a bad effort.
Either they can't sleep or they're committed.
Committed.
Right, okay. Yes, or should be.
Iceland Cricket have liked my tweet. The bloke who runs Iceland Cricket spends a lot of his time in Devon, but I think he's in Iceland at the moment. I spoke to him the other day, so...
We're talking country, not shop, aren't we?
Yes, we are. Although there are Icelands in Iceland, if that makes any sense.
April
Good
again
single
pushes
for
it
player.
out on the outside.
Yeah.
He's looked really good, Nick, for me. This is
Yeah.
I hope it's not a curse, but I think, he's not been there very long. He's moved on to 18-ton able. He just looks very, very comfortable.
Solid, yeah. I've tipped him as my... We normally do this WPA Predictions League. I'm not sure Ben Warren will send us a message in the next couple of days sorting out our county championship predictions, but I normally tend to tip Tom for his run-scoring exploits. No, James Drew, of course, was a standout last year. He might not get much of a bat today. If these guys keep going well, and the forecast doesn't look great tomorrow and Tuesday, you never know. You could have a pre-season game where your top run scorer from last year doesn't get a bat, which seems daft, but it all depends on retirements and the weather. Yeah, I was asked to commentate on cricket in Iceland last year. They flew me out to commentate in Iceland, and one of the first things I did was went into an Iceland shop in Iceland. It seemed ridiculous, really.
And bought an ice cream, I suppose.
Well, yeah. It's chilly, I can tell you that. Middle of our summer, June, July, the blast was going on, and popped out to Iceland for a few days, and it was freezing. God, plenty listen on the live stream. Up to 600 now, live.
The word is getting around, you see.
Yeah, we've got some random fans say some interesting messages. I won't be able to read them all out as Daniel continues from the river end.
I do like the way he is giving this loop. He's giving it every opportunity, and if there is some moisture there, there is a possibility to get it to move a bit. I understand he's not a big spinner of the ball, and he obviously does use flight quite a lot.
Yeah.
Which is what you want from a spinner. He's got good protection on the offside. He's bowling to able, and he's got, as you say, this rather strange field.
It is. That's a good way of
And
getting a
let's
single.
run that away down to third man for. He's got this sort of short extra cover, then someone around about 5 or 6 yards, and here we go. Sean Dixon down the track.
Just bops it, doesn't he?
Just bops it. It's a 4.
Yeah, it's his shot, really.
Yeah.
Going up to finals day. I mean, it sounds daft. Does he try and get 100 before lunch? Because I know 29 runs seems a lot to get in 10 minutes, but you never know with convenient retirements in pre-season games. If are they going to do they just say, look, get someone else to bat after lunch and start again?
Yeah.
Rather than wasting time bringing someone in and out.
Yeah, that could well be. Here we go. Yeah, we'll find out this ball. Here we go. I thought he's going to dance down again, but Daniel saw him coming, and flatter and straighter. I'm fascinated by this offside field, though. You've got a backward point, cover 2/3 of the way to boundary, then you've got... here we go again.
Yeah.
Just driven to mid-off for no run. It's sort of a short mid-off and a straight mid-off and an extra cover. Almost each other's eye line.
Yeah, I guess he's trying to bowl that, darting it in fairly full. You know on this wicket it's not going to bounce much for a cut shot or a pull shot. It's April. He's playing pretty well for... I keep saying it's April. It's not even April yet. It's the last day of March. But oh, sorry, another couple of shout-outs. Amy Matthews, Polly Rhodes, the scorer's daughter, says, cheers everyone. First drink for a while as I quit for Lent. Fair play to you, Amy, great effort. A G&T in cricket to celebrate Easter Sunday while the roast is cooking. Great stuff. And Shep's giving me stick. There's no lunch in pre-season games, mate, so nothing about me popping in just before lunch.
Charlesworth again. Unable again, just pushing it out on the offside this time.
I'm getting sent messages of the forecast in Australia and how warm it is, 30 degrees and so, but...
You can go off people, can't you?
It's great how many people, I suppose it's Easter Sunday, a lot of people with family and doing other things, but plenty want to come and watch little bits of the live stream when they can. Dip in and out, that's the great thing. You can pause it, you can rewind it, you can watch it back tomorrow, Tuesday, or maybe people know that they're lucky to get cricket while we can with the wet conditions. Cheeky single there. Mid-ons, yeah, he is a mid-on, isn't he? He's not a mid-on or mid-wicket. Good bit of fielding to hit the stumps.
Good fielding.
Abel's run probably 29 yards, so he's never going to come back for the overthrow. That's the thing they think about in T20 cricket these days. I heard the IPL commentators talking about it the other day, actually, that trying to get them to not run and follow through too fast. You've got to run full pelt, but be able to turn quickly, like David Warner does very well to get down and turn, to be able to look out for that overthrow off the stumps. So much
I was thinking of some of the cricketers in the past. We like trying to stop a juggernaut, wouldn't it?
Yeah. Or just didn't run. Take an inside edge.
Tucks it away just for the single to back with a square.
So Luke Charlesworth, 20 years old now, 21 coming up, his birthday next week, but has played 2 first-class matches for Gloucester. High score of just 4. More of a bowler. You'd say he's a bowling all-rounder. 4 first-class wickets, a best of 3 for 54. As I say, Ben was the man. He was more exciting last year, just a couple of September appearances. And he played in that Sri Lanka development game for Gloucestershire in the T20 at Bristol in May last year as well. That's a lovely shot. Tom Abel. How good is he on that back foot drive as well?
There you are. Yes, back foot drive. Straight back.
Elegant shot, isn't it?
Yeah. It's difficult to say quite how to justify just how he has matured in temperament and technique over recent years. When he started, Harry, there were some concerns about his pickup.
Yeah.
Sort of a double pickup,
yeah,
and it made him vulnerable. And I think he's ironed out some of those technique issues.
Very interesting social media coverage. The University of Exeter men's cricket Instagram have put a clip of the wicket and put bowler's name, Sam Daniels or Daniel Sams. I'm quite sure you compare a left-arm spinner to. What a shot by Tom Abel. It is going to go for 4 just, but it's not racing as much as... Is it going to hold up?
Hold
on a sandy bit. We're right below us.
He stopped it.
Yeah.
He just stopped it.
Tom's just walked to 2.
Got 2, feeling aggrieved, I reckon.
He could be run out, yeah? He could be run. Tom, the ball's nearly hit him at the non-striker then, running back the other way.
I think if in a county championship match, he'd have looked for 3, don't you?
Yes, definitely. Or does he want the strike more? But that's, I mean, we talked about the Colin Atkinson beach, Costadale Colin Atkinson, or the sandy bit below us. No heat lamps required this year. The drainage work over the winter has been effective, but there is still a little bit of sandy bit, understandably so. Is Tom okay? Oh no, this is a really bad sign. Oh no, there's a reason. We're joking. Oh no. Tom Abel's hobbling off. We were joking about him not running a 3. We didn't realise that there's a reason he didn't run a 3rd. He's walking straight off. Somerset's best batter, key man at number 3, former captain. We don't know the exact injury. You'd guess it's a hamstring. We're only guessing as we look down. He's not hobbling like really, really bad pain, but he is walking off.
He is walking off. No.
Please tell me it's gloves or helmet. Please tell me I'm feeling the worst and it's actually more positive news. Random though, in between balls without much consultation. Jamie Thorpe's running out. Was he? No, he's going off, isn't he?
Yeah, he is.
That's really bad news for Somerset. We don't know.
It might be just something minor, and you think, don't take a risk.
There's goals where he's walking down already, so he's got the message.
Yeah.
I mean, it might be minor, and I'm overthinking it, but any kind of niggly injury, what are we, 6 days out from the season start, 5 days out? It's not a good sign. I mean, he's looked class. Well, even if Tom Abel got 2 ducks in this game, he's still batting at 3 on Friday. We know that. But hopefully that's not stopping him back at 3 because he's got a little injury.
Well, don't you remember they reckon Gordon Greenwich was a better player when he was limping?
Well, I don't think you can quite... Slightly different style of play, it says. Ned Leonard brings out a drink for Sean Dixon. Ned Leonard in the 13. Be excited to see him have a little bowl later on. Interesting to see him in and no Alfie Ogborn for this game.
Ned Leonard is one of those people who's really got to come to the fore this year, hasn't he?
Yeah, but there are so many seamers, you know. It's going to be hard to know who's going to get the games. I mean, there could be a side where the seamers are all 30 plus with Gregory, Overton, Ball, Davey. You think you could have Aldridge, Leonard, even Thiedem, Ogborn all waiting in the wings. Hopefully Baker too as well.
But they've got, if they do get the opportunity, they've got to make the most of it.
Yeah.
They've got to prove that they're the next go-to person. That's cab on the rank, if you like.
Yeah. Interestingly, Aman Rao, who's played a lot of cricket at the Cooper Associates County Ground for the seconds, for Taunton Dean under 19. So I'll just pause for Lewis Coles with his first ball, kept out. Yeah, Aman Rao of Taunton Dean and Somerset Academy in seconds. He's playing for Loughborough University against Kent today. Good luck to him. It's nice to see cricketers from these areas. You know, even I was looking at George Bartlett in the warm-up game yesterday. He got 30 plus, I think. Keep an eye on him at Northampton. Sadly, Ollie Sale no longer cricketing. That's a great shame. But, you know, even the players that don't make it here or go and do well elsewhere, like a Lintott or so, it's good to see. Calvin Harrison, actually, he got a bit of tap in the UCCE game. Interesting to see how well Daniels bowled. But in the Notts game, in the warm-up game, you look at the bowling figures and the 2 spinners, Harrison went for a few runs. And Brett Hutton was playing Notts at a pretty decent side out.
Last over before lunch then for Daniel.
Yeah, talking of spinners. Yeah, it's Patterson, White and Harrison I was looking at for Notts. 2 spinners bowling in April, or March. I keep saying April, in March I found interesting. But this one spinner's done a mighty fine job for Exeter University.
When we were talking earlier, we were discussing about bowling changes. And I was canvassing if Exeter had a second spinner, I would have been tempted to give them a run before lunch for a little bit of, a little bit more variety. But I'm very impressed with Daniel. Nice bit of fielding.
I might like to see Northampton's Rafi Weatherall, who signed for Sanford this summer. Is an exciting, quick England under-19 experience. I thought he might have got another go. We saw Charlesworth get a second go, but Daniel's done so well. I think they're just going to keep tying up one end. And then maybe Weatherall will open up after lunch from the Triscothic Pavilion end.
138 and...
good bit of fielding, good commitment.
Dixon.
People are trying to guess in the YouTube chat, was it his hammy? He wasn't limping. He was... I wouldn't even call it a hobble, but you could tell there's an injury. He knew... I mean, we were watching the ball, weren't we?
Yes, we were, but...
rather than watching him running, or not really running, jogging, walking. Is that Sonny Baker doing some warm-ups? That's a good sign. I think he might have a bowl on the grass at lunch. Really positive to see him back in a Somerset shirt soon, hopefully. I'd love to see Lewis Goldsworthy get some runs. I'd love to see him get a go at 5. Or 4, we don't know.
He's enormously promising, Goldsworth.
Yeah.
He comes into bat and he sort of brightens the day, really.
2 slips here. Interesting, we've been saying promising about Goldsworthy for a while now, as they do go off for lunch as soon as it's 1 o'clock. Sonny Baker's going to come onto the outfield. Well, I've been Harry Everett. Sorry for just a short stint for me today. Other equipment's over the Easter weekend, but I'll be back with you properly for the season start in a couple of weeks after we're away at Kent and then up to Kidderminster. I'm excited. I'm going to go up to Kidderminster for day 1, but you're going to be here for the next few days, aren't you, Clive?
I gather I'm going to be around for a little bit, domestic situations permitting.
Top stuff. No, great. Well, we'll have a little break here. lunchtime. Somerset 139 for 1 after 30 overs. Very good looking scorecard when 30 overs have been bowled in the session exactly in time for 1 o'clock. How aesthetically pleasing is that? The breakthrough was Lammonby caught a slip off the left arm spin of Daniel. And we'll leave you with that. Remember, you can rewind back on the YouTube anytime. We'll be back in a bit. Thank you.
Welcome back to the Coopers Associate County Ground at Taunton. Somerset lunch 139 for 1, having lost Lammerby for 40. Very well caught at slip by Connell off the bowling of Daniel. Some concern for Somerset because Tom Abel, who'd looked very, very sound, moved his way nicely into the 20s, left just a few moments before lunch, apparently with an injury. We're not quite sure what or why. I hope perhaps we'll find out a little bit more of that as it goes on. But he really did look in good form up until that moment. He'd hit 4 4s in his 26, Lammerby 7 4s in his 40, but throughout it all, Sean Dixon, who's moved along to 73 with 9 4s and 3 6s, has perhaps made the best use of the morning. I'm not sure, are there any changes of the personnel after lunch?
No, I believe it's Dixon and Goldsworthy heading back out. Dixon 73 from his 83 balls. Look very assured, really nice on the cut. Playing really nicely on the offside, behind square and in front of square actually. Picks up length very quickly to Sean Dixon.
Yeah, I was very impressed with the number of straight drives that he played. I mean, he's always strong off his legs, but you're right, you know, he sat back on some of those cut shots and really timed them nicely.
Mm-hmm. And Tom Abel was looking pretty exceptional. His back off his form from playing abroad, playing in South Africa, and some good pre-season form as well. It seemed like a real shame. Hopefully, it was just I did watch it back over lunch, and he basically just played the shot, kind of jogged down the other end, looked to turn, and then kind of pulled up. So we won't know more until obviously in the future. But hopefully, there's nothing serious there.
No, he wasn't hobbling big time as he left the ground, was he? So
no, he didn't. He didn't.
Relatively minor.
Shoulder. Yeah, he was just kind of wandered off. Clearly knew something was wrong. Well, I guess we'll find out as time goes on.
Well, it's not the time of the season to take risks, is it?
No, not at all. Especially with, he looked in great touch. You could tell there wasn't any rustiness because of how much cricket he's played this winter.
No.
And the sun's come out just in time for after lunch. It's meant to be a bit of rain this evening, but looking pretty clear over the Quantock. Some lovely bit of weather out there.
It certainly is. Charlesworth to resume after lunch?
Yeah, it looks like it.
I was relying on the scoreboard, but you're better off with your eyesight.
He appears to be the only one without a name on the back of his shirt, which is always useful.
Well, I suppose you might then call it the process of elimination. But
It's a ball struck on the pad, first ball. Umpire finger raised. Wow. Sean Dixon goes first ball after lunch. Looked to be fairly quick, coming in on the angle. Tough to tell from exactly where we are, but looked straight enough to me. Umpire took a second, but seemed very assured about it, and Sean Dixon has absolutely no complaints.
No, he turned and went, didn't he?
Yeah.
He's batted very well, Sean Dixon. I'm very impressed with what I've seen of him today. I mean, 73, as we just mentioned, actually. He looks to have got the most out of the morning, and I think this is an opportunity now for Exeter. Effectively, Somerset have 2 new batters immediately after lunch.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm just trying to work out who they are bringing in. And if nothing else, this would be nice for another batter to have a chance. You want to give everyone a go, especially in these early games.
Yeah, sure. So Goldsworthy and defined by James Rue.
Yeah, joined by James Rue, the wicket keeper.
Who was saying this morning how good a prospect, how good a player James Rue is.
Yeah, absolutely exceptional last year, James Rue, in the county championship, almost unplayable. I think the standout here was against Hampshire. His double 100 was ridiculous against the bowling attack of Abbott, Abbas. He really showed class.
Yeah, very good.
And has just been pointed out in the gallery, that was my first ever ball on commentary, was a wicket, so bad luck everywhere with me, but a chance to see James Rue, so I'll take it as good luck.
I didn't hear it in my headphone, but plainly you heard it in yours. Well, Charlesworth, out he'll be buoyed, won't he? A bit of lunch and a wicket immediately afterward. Into the left-handed Rue.
In nice lift off the pitch, good areas. It just left James Rue, who played. You'd think he played inside the line as opposed to play and miss, but nice shape early doors.
Yeah.
Yeah, there was a lot of almost a bit frustration in that celebration. He was really enjoyed to get Sean Dixon out, and I think, to be honest, they bowled quite well in that first section on what looked to be quite a flat pitch, but maybe after lunch, sun's come out, Black has come off the ball and it's starting to do a bit more.
Maybe, but there was a shout earlier, was it against Sean Dixon as well, that looked fairly adjacent from looking at it on the screen to us, and I wondered whether he'd actually got an edge on it, because I couldn't see what else might have saved him.
Yeah, perhaps.
There was certainly a little bit of movement very first thing this morning, then it just flattened out and there was nothing.
Mm-hmm.
And as you say, maybe now, sometimes when it gets a little warmer, and it has got a little warmer, the ball then does a little bit more.
Yeah, it is actually fairly mild up there. I spent a bit of time on the terrace this morning, which is notoriously windy and very cold in gloves and hat territory. But actually, as Charlesworth comes in again, off the back foot from James Rue for none. Yeah, it was really actually quite mild out there. You barely needed a coat at all, jumper only sort of territory, which was for this sort of time of year, very late March, is a bit unheard of.
Yeah, it's not been a cold winter, but it's been a wet one.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, especially over the last couple of weeks. I imagine it's been mentioned, but the pitch has held up extremely well. There's no sand pits anywhere, no lacking of grass, no puddles. It's really good out there, really green.
That's tucked nicely, isn't it, off his hip by
really
to the boundary. That's a shot of a player in form.
Yeah. Just flicked
off the
forward.
mark with a 4. No effort to it at all.
No, it almost appeared like just a defensive shot, and he hardly ran. He sort of came straight off the middle. He went, yep,
that'll do. Yeah. Dixon played a couple of those this morning, actually. You thought, oh, defensive push. Oh, 4.
Yeah. A nice combination of a true pitch and a very good bat.
Yes, that's right. I was saying earlier, this...
James Rue leaves and is struck on the pad. Umpire is unmoved.
Yeah. We were saying earlier that this pitch actually is played very well and actually looks pretty dry, certainly compared to the practice pitches away to our left.
Yeah, the players have been warming up outdoors on those practice pitches over the last couple of days since coming back from Abu Dhabi. And so they've been left a bit more uncovered, but obviously the wicket's been covered up while the training's been going on over there, and it looks really, really clean.
Yes, because I understand Exeter were up on Wednesday and had a little bit of a practice here until the weather intervened.
Yeah, there was really good practice for about an hour out there, and the wicketkeeper's got a catch, some of the bowlers got a bowl, the batter's got a bat, and then just as the rain started coming in, they decided to call it, and they took the nets down and covered the pitch, even though the rain stopped, but it was so on and off during the day.
Slip and a leg slip. Now, we were suggesting before, presses forward, that Dander's getting a little bit of indrift.
Just a little bit. Lewis Goldsworthy seems a bit tentative, just kind of hanging, waiting for the ball to hit the bat.
Yeah. I'm not sure if your screen is doing what this one is, and that's shuddering a little bit.
Yeah, just a little bit. That's a bit of early season glitches.
It's been very good all morning.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's, welcome to March, I guess. Test stream.
Test stream, yeah.
Yeah, well defended. He's playing well inside of himself, Lewis Goldsworthy here, but he's not really looking to score early doors, but that's totally understandable. He scored his first 100 of the season towards the back end of last year, but hardly had any opportunities, so he'll be looking to create a bit of a platform for himself and be in as the spinner as he defends well again there, with futures uncertain for Jack Leach and Shoaib Bashir in terms of injury and in terms of playing time and in terms of pitches, because of course, you know, it seems, although they are both excellent spinners in their own right, playing a spinner this early in the season isn't always the favoured thing.
No, but if you are Lewis Goldsworthy, you don't want to be doing anything silly, do you, at this stage of the season? You want to be establishing or re-establishing yourself and, you know, pointing out that you are credible in the position he finds himself in the batting order and those sorts of things, really.
Yeah, certainly. It's more than fair to say he's an all-rounder. He's definitely got everything to his game. He's got ability, and it's just helpful that he's so good with the ball as well, and just adds something to your bowling attack. If you don't necessarily want to play an out-and-out spinner, he's got that option, but also can offer you a lot batting up the order as he is doing today with the bat.
Well, in the shorter form, he was invaluable last year, I think, at bowling.
Yeah, the one-day cup, he was played a lot for us and was very useful in bowls and left. And yeah, the pitch, it's got a lot of bounce and it's been playing well all morning, but it seems just after lunch perhaps there's a little more carry through to the keeper. He's taking it just a little bit higher, kind of up around his chest height as opposed to just above his pads.
Yeah, I think that's true. Whether the change in the atmosphere, whether it's just dried out a little bit more, because it was pretty chilly early on this morning, that was for sure. It was sort of definitely a couple of sweater day, if you know what I mean.
You know, bowls and just played off the face, I think, on purpose, and taken by Gully is on the bounce, well fielded. The Exeter Unisider fielded really well this morning from everything that I've seen. There's been a couple of ones that have crept through, but realistically, you're going to be rusty after only fielding indoors. So
yeah, no, they were explaining they were using the covered tennis courts, I think it was, at Exeter to support their fielding, and they said, well, it's no good for high catches. It doesn't. It is get people moving left to right and things like that. That's clipped off his, but for no run to mid-wicket. I gather the live stream was attracting around about 600 people before lunch. Haven't driven them all away yet.
Yeah, it was just before lunch. I'll have another look for you now. Currently 359. Which is not too bad, isn't it? Pulled away by James Rue. Ball just bounced up just above his hip. 4 runs. Really nicely played through the leg side. There's a lovely flow to James Rue, and you'll see it whether he's on 1 or whether he's on 100. He plays. Obviously, there's more confidence in how he plays depending on where he's in, but the shots, the selection is very similar in terms of just how good he looks, how fluid he looks at the crease. I'm sure he'll get out now, but
well, I'm slightly worried I talked Tom Abel into an injury before lunch because I was saying how good he looked.
Oh no, we were saying the exact same thing in the live stream studio. He's been exceptional pre-season, and now without the pressure of the captaincy is in for a big year, but you never know. These things just happen, unfortunately, and we're hoping for him that it's just nothing serious, which, to be honest, it didn't look particularly serious, but
no, it looked very precautionary, and that's about it. They're persisting with the slips, aren't they? 3 slips in the gully and this sort of backward point, so you dare not be bowling leg stump.
Yeah, it looks good. It looks like the sign of a confident team who have faith in their bowlers to bowl in the right areas. And looks, I mean, it's, to be totally honest, this early season, it's exactly what teams should be doing.
Yeah, you would expect seamers at this time of the year to be bowling pretty full to give the ball a chance to move off the pitch and in the air. There is no margin at all in dropping it short, as you've seen when they've done it Somerset batsmen, partly because the bowling isn't express pace, but they've been able just to rock back and either cut or pull it, as they've been minded to, really.
Yeah, picked up on length very quickly this morning, which and trusted the length as well. Shows how true the pitch is, and there's no demons in this pitch early doors, which you wouldn't perhaps expect, but maybe a bit of moisture given the damp conditions.
Yeah.
Oh, and there you go. Lewis Goldsworthy has just chipped one straight back to Daniel.
He wouldn't have wanted that.
No, not ideal. He'd hardly played an attacking shot, and that's the first time he'd really looked to score. It was a nice ball, flighted in.
Well, Daniel is impressed. He's impressed with his the loop he's been getting. He's bowled the odd one quicker, flatter. He seems to got a little bit of in-duck on occasion, and I think that's reflected in the fact he's been bowling with a slip and a leg slip, which suggests that it could drift either way. And I think he simply deceived Lewis Goldsworthy early in his innings, and like batsmen may do early on, they get naught, and that's that.
Yeah, nice sharp return catch too. It was straight back to him, but he got his hands in a good position, was aware, was ready to do the fielding, and the celebration was justified, I would say. It's a really nice ball and a good catch.
Yeah. But he will be disappointed, that's for sure.
Yeah, and here is the captain, newly appointed for the season, Lewis Gregory.
Well, here's a man who likes to strike the ball.
He does indeed. His first interview as captaincy was filmed up in the Colin Atkinson. We were talking to him, and he was saying he wants to play exciting cricket, and he wants to keep people interested, and he wants to keep the game quick and keep the game going. And basically, as you see him play T20 cricket, there's definitely some of that mindset that's going to be taken into this, and it's exciting to see the kind of things that he'll do in this season ahead, and how he's an excellent captain, captaining in the 100, captaining here, captaining T20 competitions abroad, and it'll be interesting to see how he brings that captaincy into county championship cricket.
We were discussing before lunch the interesting cover field, or the short extra cover, then somebody at extra cover and mid-off, and then a cover point. There's no doubt at all that Daniel is bowling to his offside field.
Yeah, very much so. There's the sign of that intent. Second ball, Lewis Gregory takes 3 steps down the track and just kind of pads it back to mid-off, but
didn't take long to get there either, did it?
No, Daniel in again. Lewis Gregory on the back foot. This time, good stop. Oh, will they take a single? Yes, no. Good fielding, but the single's made.
.148 for 3. So Gregory off the mark. Rue on 8. And the sun is shining. I just want to make that point.
A hugely important point in March.
Well, yes.
And Rue defends. That's the final ball of the over. And a very good one from Daniel. Just the 1 run from it and a wicket off the second ball.
Yeah, he's let's say, quietly impressed, Daniel. 9 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 28, I think.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's almost surprising how well he's impressed in the seam bowlers were on early doors, and Sean Dixon and Tom Lammonby were looking rather assured, and he came in and changed the game for Exeter and has come in after lunch, and the two early wickets, 1 for the seamer and 1 for Daniel, and sort of, I'm not going to say swung the game in their favour because it's kind of a pre-season game, but it's given them a big boost that in the early session Somerset looking very, very assured, and now with Rue and Gregory at the crease and Somerset 3 down, Exeter see perhaps a little opening here.
Yes, I mean, actually, in many ways, this is a situation that Somerset have found themselves in the past, where they've had a good start, for example, then there's been little clatter of wickets, and then, right, okay, how do you go about rebuilding?
As Lewis Gregory cuts imperiously off the back foot. Just short of a length. And Lewis Gregory picked up on that very quickly, rocked back, cut beautifully.
They're still persisting with their attacking slip field, which is nice to see. And this time it's Gregory working away into the onside.
Yeah, strayed just a little straight there. Let Gregory play that off his pads.
Just picks up a single to backward square, deep backward square leg. He's on to 653 4 3. We were saying earlier, Tom Abel, having retired injured, struck the ball down the ground, ran the first single and hobbled back for the second.
Lewis Gregory drives really nicely off the front foot. Sorry, James Roux drives really nicely off the front foot, but straight to the fielder. An extra cover. Yeah, their attacking field is really nice to see. 3 slips, a gully, no one on the boundary.
So if they're expecting or trying to persuade Somerset there's a little bit more on this pitch of the seamers than perhaps the evidence would suggest.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I think this will give the Somerset seamers a nice bit of hope. I think Jake Ball will be looking at this and licking his lips, to be honest with you. I think there might be something in the pitch for them.
Yeah. Well, they certainly stuck to the task because before lunch with Dixon and then with Abel, it looked as though it might run away from them a little bit because the run rate went up to about 5 and over, having been about 2 and over for a long time. But you know, the couple of quick wickets after lunch will give them heart, and I think give Somerset pause for thought.
And again,
but that's a nice drive, isn't it?
Really lovely drive. James Roux off the back foot. Will the ball just go? Oh, it's
no,
brilliantly.
3, I think. No, yeah, we're going to do 3.
Yeah.
You'll get many 3s at Taunton, but we'll have one now. First 3 of the season.
First 3 of the season. It's easy when you're playing on the 4th pitch over to the left, so the boundary is slightly further on that side, so slightly easier to run 3, but still a good piece of fielding and saved 1.
And the outfield is not fast this time of year.
No, yeah, that's true.
But the sun is shining. We can see shadows, players' shadows. Forgive us for celebrating the weather. We haven't had much to celebrate in that direction. Gregory just pushes this one down.
Yeah, just tucked up a little bit. It's tough to see. We're not quite straight on, but perhaps there's a little bit of movement off the seam there.
He got a little bit squared up, didn't he, when he played that? Charlesworth 1 for 47. A dozen overs. I suppose if you're the captain in this situation, you've seen your man take a wicket first ball after lunch. At what point then do you say, right, okay, I need to change something here to keep it fresh, keep the pressure on?
Sam Daniel continues.
Oh, down the pitch by Roux. Don't think he got all of it. He's gone out to mid-wicket for a couple of runs.
Yeah, just plugged. He's lucky the fielders were in there because he didn't really get much of that.
No, it was inner half of the bat, was my feeling of it.
Yeah.
He won't mind, he's into double figures.
No, he
was before, but he's 12 now. This is shorter and Roux defends out onto the onside.
You can't see much wrong with Roux's game, can you? Looks solid in defence, looks strong when he chooses the attacking option.
Yeah. Well, I felt very much the same about Dixon and Abel, to be honest. I couldn't see much wrong with either there.
Yeah, Dixon made a good score, and then happens often, doesn't it, just after a break or change of ball. And a wicket falls,
Here
and
we go
Root
again.
skips down again and plays this one much better, almost dead straight.
Over the top for 4. But it's decisive. That movement to come down the pitch is a determined movement. It's not half-hearted.
You feel like it's in his head from before the ball is bowled, but he's still waiting on where the ball is landing to make
that's
that
right.
decision. And if it isn't the right ball, who's going to...
He's got an aggressive mindset, but it's controlled aggression, and that I'm determined to go down and hit it over the top. Once I've weighed up once I've weighed it up, it's not at all costs.
Ooh, that's one just grips a little bit, catches the outside edge, but his pass slip and the batters don't run.
I was saying earlier, he seems to have this arm ball that runs away. No, whether you think it's they're playing for turn that isn't there, I doubt it this time of year.
Yeah.
I just think he's a very good player, Daniel, what I've seen of him. And his 2 wickets bear testament to that. Two for 34 off of 10 overs, so not expensive. And done everything I would have thought his captain could possibly want of him.
Yeah, absolutely. He's bowled really well given the conditions, you know. Seamers were going at a bit of a rate early doors and throwing the ball to spinner and said, just tie down an end for me. And I think he's done that brilliantly from the back end of the first session into the second session after lunch.
Yeah, because the Seamers did well early on. It was quite hard work for Somerset early on, but then they seemed to break free for a while, and I should say, Daniel has steadied that particular ship. 162 for 3. Somerset went through a phase, and they're having green seats and things like that. They're pretty well all white seats, I think, around the ground, aren't we?
Yeah, seat covers are a possibility once the season starts in terms of when stands are locked off, as in this game the Somerset stand isn't open to anyone apart from our photographer Harry Trump. There's a change of bowling from the Marcus Scottish Pavilion end.
And 2 runs. He just a little nudge down the... Is that a bye signalled?
I think so.
Cutmore, yes.
Onto bowl. Appears to be darting it in, bowling some quite quick spin, but understand the decision. Seeing spin working at the far end, you might as well give it a go. I imagine there will be a change at the far end as well.
Oh dear, 4.
No. Just stop. Don't think it'll be signalled wide, even though it's just past. Yeah, signalled byes.
Bye.
Harvey Cutmore.
Oh, right, okay. Well, he's bowling pretty flat, isn't he?
And he's bowled him. He's bowling very flat. And
that's the end of Mr. Rue.
that's the end of Mr. Rue. He's bowling very flat, and James Rue's left one that's taken his off bail. It's just clipped the top of the stumps. That probably, according to the scorecard, will bring Ben Green to the crease.
Well, Rue out for 17, bowled by Cutmore, with a score 165 now for 4. And Exeter having the better of it after lunch.
Yeah, Exeter have certainly had the better of it after lunch.
Excellent Exeter.
Excellent Exeter. I'm going to jump off as I've got some more work to do, but I'll leave you to it. I'm assuming Ben Green is coming out to the crease. I've not brought the luck with me, so I'm going to leave that to you.
I thought you're not sort of an undercover Exeter man, are you?
No, absolutely not. No, I'm a Plymouth man. So
who do you say it is?
it could have been Ben Green, but that also looks like it might be Casey Aldridge. It's tough to tell from up here.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, Casey Aldridge on the scoreboard. They're both rather tall men, but Casey distinctly lacking in moustache.
Well, I'm having to look across to the director because I don't have a screen now, and I don't know that means whether the live screen is failed, you're just dependent on radio, or whether I'm talking to myself. But, anyway, Exeter will be more than happy with this at the moment. They've had the better of it post-lunch. Start with the boundaries. So Aldridge off the mark with 4 immediately. It will be interesting to see how this goes, because the feeling was before lunch it was the Seamers were bowling tidily. It was Daniel that looked the bigger threat, and the fact that Cutmore's come on after lunch and immediately picked up the wicket of James Rue perhaps suggested there may be some sense in that. Anyway, 37 overs gone. Somerset 169 for 4, with Gregory not out 6 and Aldrich not out 4. And Daniel having a very, very good bowl at this stage in the season. If there's any stiffness in his fingers, they'll be gone by now. He's got a slip and a leg slip, a backward point, and this rather strange cover field of a cover, extra cover, short, extra cover, and mid off, mid on, straightish mid wicket. There's Gregory, played the first one down the ground. And again, this is quietly played back to him. Well, this is a little bit more agricultural, and it's gone for 6. A slog sweep, if you want to call it that. But it's doubled Gregory's score to 12. And is perhaps a sign of the intent that Gregory wants to approach the season. Can we have our ball back, please? Right. Daniel again in and bowls, and again this is driven hard by Gregory. A diving effort at mid-on. In vain, it's gone past him before he hit the floor. Gregory on to 16. Further intent. Daniel has now gone on to 2 for 44. And again to try, and Gregory this time, and again another drive down the ground. Not quite to the same effect. It's got 2. It's very well picked up on the long off boundary. But if it's this about stating some intent, he's certainly doing it. Daniel again done in bowls. And this is played a short mid on for no run. That's the end of the over. Possibly the end of Daniel, I don't know. 2 for 46. His spell of 11 overs. A spell only broken by lunch. 181 for 4 Somerset. Gregory not out 18. Aldrich not out 4. The one real moment of concern for Somerset will be the fact that Tom Abel left the ground around about 5-1 with some sort of injury. We don't know what. He didn't look badly hurt, and we sincerely hope he's not, because they play Kent on Friday in the county championship. This was played out to cover by Gregory Forts. Sorry, by Aldrich for a single. Lammonby looked more assured as his innings went on when he took himself to 40. Again, this played out onto the offside. No run by Gregory. Cutmore again, these little darts he's bowling. And quickly back to his mark, turns, comes in again to Gregory. Pushing forward. Sweep. But not achieving anything. Exeter obviously like this extra cover and short extra cover position, as Gregory just rolls this one back down the pitch. It's picked up. Tidy over from Cutmore. 2 overs, 1 for 5. He'll be happy enough with that. Exeter will be happy enough with that. Somerset will be wobbling slightly, 182 for 4, having had such a very good start. Exeter have had the benefit up until lunch. For those of us of a certain age, this ground has changed immeasurably over the years. Even the playing surface itself has been dug up several times and drainage laid and a bit of re-levelling here and there. What has remained consistent here, above all else, is the support this club gets. Not only in the one-day game, which everybody seems fairly well supported in, but particularly in the 4-day format. But, Weatherall has come back onto bowl now. Not very surprising after Daniel got a little bit of tap on the last over. Well before lunch, Weatherall. Naught for 18, I think it was, off his 6 overs. Aldrich on 5. Another of these Somerset players you think needs to make a bit of a breakthrough. Enormous talent. Sometimes it's a matter of opportunity as to whether you get the chance to showcase that talent or not. But he will should see himself as having some all-round ability here. And this is driven hard up to mid-on. Well pitched up to him. Umpire having a little look to sort of make sure he's not overstepping. There's sort of a little reminder to bowlers, really, that when an umpire does that, they're having a look at the popping crease, so you need to have a look at the popping crease. Nowadays, of course, it seems to me that bowling run-ups are determined by tape measures as much as anything else. Aldrich is looking to drive that out, but the ball got quite a way away from his body when he was playing that shot. It looks nice if it comes off the middle of the bat, but it doesn't look so nice when it doesn't. It's nice that there's nobody shoved out on the boundary here. You've got a very orthodox field, even though you've got a fairly short onside boundary. You're persisting with the 3 slips. You've got the backward point, extra cover, mid-off, fairly straight. Again, mid-on, fairly straight, and a mid-wicket. And the only person I can see near the boundary is a long leg, hidden by a pillar. Weatherall into complete is over, and he's in bowls, and this is just pressed back out on the offside by Aldrich. He remains on 5. Somerset 182 for 4. It's also nice to see Exeter hurrying between the overs to keep the over rate up. They achieved 30 overs before lunch, and that was with 1 or 2 deliveries disappearing into the stands or into the river, and slightly at lesser extent with Tom Abel hobbling off. But to get 30 overs in is commendable. Certainly what side should be aiming for these days. The days of people bowling 17, 18, maybe 20 overs an hour are long gone. So Weatherall has bowled 7 overs, 2 maidens, 0 for 18. Last wicket falling to 165 as Cutmore in bowls, and this little back of the hand leg break sort of action. It's pushed out by Gregory. In again and bowls, and this a little shorter, and Gregory goes back and pushes this out onto the offside, but not for any run. This time he pushes it out on the onside and does take a single. This employs a slightly square, if you have a slightly square extra cover of the 2, the slightly deeper of the 2. And again, Aldrich tucks this into the onside. He remains on 5, Gregory on 19. Cutmore coming in to complete what will be his 3rd over. It's just pushed it onto the onside. Frustration there a little bit by Aldrich, but Cutmore will be happy. He's 3 overs, 1 for 6. He's continued the control that Daniel was showing before lunch. Indeed, the Exeter spinners by and large have displayed. .41 overs gone, 183, so you call it 4.5 and over if you like. Perfectly respectable. Going a bit faster than that immediately before lunch. But the fall of wickets makes a difference. So it's Weatherall from the river end. In and bowls. Pushes Gregory up onto his toes, drops it out onto the offside. I wonder how much the weather forecast for tomorrow and Monday will play into this. There's a change of field now. The 3rd slip, as it were, has gone to a straight mid-wicket as Weatherall fields off his own bowling. The fact he's come into a straight mid-wicket would suggest, one, that Weatherall is aiming to bowl fairly straight, and secondly, he's not expecting it to be jagging off the seam into the slips. Very good test for a young bowler if you're coming across somebody of Gregory's ability. I mean, Gregory is an international cricketer. He's a very well regarded cricketer. He's someone who must have, further international pretensions as he takes, well, effectively 2 off a thick edge down to third man. Takes him up to 21. But if you're someone like Weatherall and you've got the chance to bowl at a Lewis Gregory, it's a good opportunity to consider your performance in the light of who you're bowling against. Certainly not disgraced himself. Not for 20 so far. And this kept a little low perhaps, but pushed back down by Gregory to Weatherall. Going at about 2.5 and over, that's more than acceptable. Two slips, backward point and extra cover, mid off, mid on, short mid wicket, square leg, and the long leg. There's Gregory. Pulls away. Just for the single. Takes him on to 22. And Weatherall, 1 ball left of the over, is 0 for 21. I think when you start the season, you think to previous seasons, and I think personally how much this ground has changed over the years as Aldrich pushes this one back down the pitch. There's been enormous development at Somerset over the years. The number of new pavilions, I suppose the Atkinson Pavilion was the first of the, inverted commas, new pavilions that occurred here. And of course you've got the Botham stand and the Ondarchie stand, and the Somerset stand has been a huge change with the apartments up to the back of it. Provides a really nice sideways on view. When I was coming here as a young man, there were trees all the way down through there. In fact, there were trees on both sides of the ground. Of course, in those days was a dog track here as well. Dog racing at Taunton was very popular. Got more in bowls. Treated with courtesy by Gregory. Just pushes it back. Have to be slightly careful here because we're at the St James's Street end of the ground, which is the end from where Cutmore is bowling. And if I look at that, as it's deposited for how many umpire? 6. Slog sweep by Gregory. Takes him to 28. Further notice of intent. 192 for 4. My screen has Cutmore, as it were, bowling from the other end, so I've got to be careful which screen I'm looking at or which view I'm taking as to how to describe it. This is shorter and wider, and Gregory chases it and just ends up knocking it down to mid-off, nowhere near the middle of a bat. But he's showing he wants to get on with this. He does try, hit square of the wicket just for the single. The man well, he is on the boundary at backward point, but he's not a lot deeper than he would be if it was the pitch was in the middle of the square, which it plainly isn't. Aldrich this time reverses some malice toward Cutmore. He bowls, and this is all about leg stump, and Aldrich turns it into the leg side, completes Cutmore's owner. He's on 4 overs, 1 for 13. Aldrich on 5. Gregory on 29, 193 for 4. They've steadied the ship a little bit after that little wobble after lunch. This is going back to how the ground has changed. You've got this large Somerset stand, the other, I suppose, big impact, apart from the wonderful new scoreboards, is of course the lighting, which is at Taunton. These sort of fly swatter type lights dominate the local skyline. Weatherall bowls again, and this achieves nothing. But the scoreboards provide you with a great deal of information now. They tell you not only who is batting, but they'll give you the bowling figures as well. So tell you that Weatherall is literally 8 overs and 1 ball, etc., etc. Far more than we used to get. And this is clipped again on the leg side by Gregory. Weatherall very much attacking the stumps is my impression after lunch. And actually, if batsmen are attacking you, if you are, it's no cliche, I know if they miss, I hit, but also if there is any inconsistency in the pace of the pitch and the bounce of the pitch as well, a full shot can get you the caught and bowl and things like that, as this time Gregory places it on the offside, and Aldridge, rather with exaggeration, makes his ground at the bowler's end, or remakes his ground. We're only at the end of March, but at least some of the greenage and the foliage around the place is starting to brighten up, as this time as Gregory just gets a little bit tucked up and drops it out onto the onside. You can be sitting here a little bit later in the summer looking toward the hills, and there's browny green fields would have turned yellow perhaps, and as the crops start to come, or the hay is mown, or the fact that we might even get a drought, you never know. But it is interesting, you watch the season unfold before you. As the cricket season's got longer, of course, there's more to see. And this Gregory plays out on the offside for a boundary. And in fact, the fielder has to go about 35, 40 yards over the rope because there's nobody there to chuck it back. $197 for 4. Somerset move on to. Gregory on to 33. Weatherall to complete is over. He's not 0 for 25 thus far. And he stays at 0 for 23. Not for 33, sorry. 197 for 4. Gregory on 27, Aldridge on 5. Weatherall 0 for 25. And the run rate is ticking along toward 4.5 and over. This is the sort of game that has an enhanced net feel about it, with both sides agreeing that they will perhaps make use of more than the original 11 players. I think Somerset have indicated they may make use of up to 13 players, and Exeter up to 15, but it does give a chance to give people a run out on grass. It's very different to inside. It does allow people to get a few overs under the belt, or get a few runs of the belt. Unless, of course, Lewis goes with her, who didn't achieve that, but perhaps he'll get a run out with the ball. We have a change of bowling, we have heard. Who, as you can plainly see, is a right arm seamer. Right arm seamer's just gone for 4 runs as Aldrich stands up and hits him backward a square for 4. That takes Somerset on to 201 for 4, the last wicket falling at 165, so these two have added 36 runs for the 5th wicket. Exeter persisting with their couple of slips. It's Hurd in and bowls, and this time there's a defensive push for a single. We're in the 43rd over. So they'll be happy enough, Somerset, I think, with the progress they've made. Exeter perhaps maybe deserve another wicket than what they've got, but well, having dropped short for that one ball, up to punish with 4, Hurd seems to have got his act together now, rather better. Hurd turns, collects the ball, sets off to complete his over, which for the moment at least has only cost him a boundary. It may well have cost him a second, as this is pushed square on the offside for 4. So Gregory's now on 33, Aldridge on 13. We're precisely halfway through the day. 45 overs have been bowled and 45 overs to be bowled. Somerset 205 for 4. There's Gregory to face Weatherall. Persisting with the 2 slips, but a little bit more defensive now. 3 men on each side saving a single. As this is played into the onside to mid-wicket for no run. 2 slips. Backward point, extra cover, mid-off, and you've got a mid-on, mid-wicket and square leg. And we've got the long leg down on the onside. In the modern way, there's no 3rd man. Well, in fairness, today, little or nothing has gone in the direction of 3rd man. It's Weatherall in again in bowls, and pushed out into the offside for 1. They have a look for 2. They will get 2. Pulled up a yard or so inside the rope away to our right. Takes Gregory on to 35. Other one not for 27. This is picked up. Or tried to be picked up at least. I don't know if it got anything on it. When the Atkinson Pavilion was erected, it seemed to dominate this ground, and now it looks tiny in comparison with most of the structures around it. But a wonderful addition, though, to Somerset's ground. And then, of course, the Caddick Pavilion with its facilities. As this is turned into the offside for a single, and Wetherell looked slightly aggrieved about that. He sort of raised a hand, and almost in expectation, as he felt he'd got a little moral victory there. Gregory didn't see it that way. He just took a single. It's all a bit more subdued in the last few overs, with sort of singles and twos more than flashy drives. Gregory, having started off very aggressively, seems to have calmed down a little bit. Whether he feels that losing another wicket or 2 now would look a bit embarrassing, well, it would. Wetherall has completed his 10th over. He's 0 for 28. Aldridge on 13, Gregory on 38. Sorry, 36. 208 for 4. So Hurd from the old, what we used to call the O Pavilion end, the Trescothick Pavilion end, in and bowls. Gregory, as he's wont to do, takes himself a single. Bringing Aldridge on strike. It's interesting. I don't think for a minute that Hurd is going to try and bounce out Aldrich, as Aldrich defends. But we have a deep square leg and a long leg around about 15 yards in from the boundary. The deep square leg's about 5 yards in from the boundary. So whether this is a double bluff, well, I cannot see that Hurd is quick enough to trick Aldridge into hooking or pulling down their throat. And in fact, he's playing forward defensively out onto the offside. So the leg side field is a short mid-wicket, a long on, a deep square leg and a fine leg. You add to that 2 slips, a backward point, an extra cover and a mid-off. But there may be a cunning plan, Baldrick type cunning plans if you're a fan of Blackadder. Well, this is turned into the offside and well stopped at mid-wicket. Prevents any single. I can't say there are any shadows out on the ground at the moment, but I can tell you there is a bit of blue sky. So we must assume there's a bit of blue sky. There might be a shadow somewhere, but it's not here. Hurd in again. Bowls to Aldrich, who plays and misses outside the off stump. Well, last ball of the second over. Are we going to see a bouncer? Let's see. Hurd in, bowls. And we don't. We see a good length ball, to which Aldrich treats with courtesy and respect. Pushes it back, there's no run. 209 for 4. So the mischief in me says, what's the point of a deep square leg and a long leg, except if it's a double bluff? There are quite a few hardy souls dotted around the ground. I mean, for something which has got nothing on it apart from very good practice facility and personal ambition. A number of people watching this, and when I walked out of the ground at lunchtime to get something to eat, there's a good humour. People glad to see a bit of cricket. I think it's been a long, wet winter, and I think the sight of cricket at Taunton tells you that the year is turning toward the summer. Some of us might wish it turned a little bit quicker than it is, but anyway, Weatherall continues. And this is up on his toes and just pushed out into the offside by Gregory. Doesn't take a run. He's on 37, Aldrich on 13. I don't know how much training Weatherall has done, but he's gone through to, he's into his 11th over, so he'll felt he's earned his tea at some point today, I think. Run rate 4.4 and over. You can tell it's sort of a day of early season glitches, because I'm looking across to my right and sometimes the scoreboard will go completely blank and then it'll come up with a different set of information. This is everybody's trying to shake off the winter, I think. And this is... picked up a wicket. And that, I'm afraid, is the end of Lewis Gregory. Sorry, I was looking between screens and scoreboard. I'll tell you exactly what happened in a second, but Weatherall has got his wicket and he's worked hard for it. He's 10 overs and 4 balls. He's now taken 1 for 28, and critically, it's Gregory that he's removed. He'll be very pleased about that, and quite rightly pleased about that. He's toiled quite hard and quite economically until that point. Gregory, I think, was disappointed. He came in with much aggression, and having come in with much aggression, then seemed to go slightly into his shell. Whether that's simply a matter of Exeter bowling that bit more tightly to him, or what it is, I don't know. But he had a waft, if you like, at Weatherall and perished. So his 37 came off 47 balls. There were 3 4s and 2 6s. Scoreboard over the far side is taking time to catch up. We're all taking time to catch up, I think, actually, at the moment. 209 for 5, that's the important bit. And Ben Green comes in to join Casey Aldridge. It was Hurd who took the catch to dismiss Gregory for 37. And Green just places his first ball out on the onside. He's another of these very talented, well, multi-talented players, Ben Green. It's not just the runs he scores, but the sort of wickets he nicks you as well. Sort of an unlikely cricketer in some ways. Not, I don't mean that unkindly. What I mean is, you look at his bowling and you think, well, why will it take wickets? But it does, and that's the important thing. He's got the knack of picking up wickets as well. But at the moment, Somerset want him to score some runs, and he turns his second ball away for a single, so he's off the mark. 210 for 5. So just going back then to Lewis Gregory, he was caught by Thilo off Weatherall for 37 of 48 deliveries, 3 4s, 2 6s. Healthy strike rate, 77, but I'll say he rather went into his shell. Aldrich is not out 13 off 27 balls, 3 4s. Obviously doesn't like walking or running very much. And Ben Green just coming to join him on 1. 210 for 5. Hurd it is, in and bowls to Green, who just pushes out on the offside for no run. This is looking quite firm to mid off and no run. The pressure you get with Ben Green, if he hits the ball, it remains hit. He's not what I would describe as an indecisive batsman. Everything he seems to do is positive. As perhaps Hurd may find out if he strays at all as he comes in again to bowl to Ben Green. Waits bat raised in bowls, and again this is just pushed by Green away for no run. Sorry, I beg your pardon, he did take a single. No, I'm deceiving myself. I apologise. I'm looking at the scorecard, which somebody told me he'd taken a single, and I didn't see it. And he didn't take a single. That's why I didn't see it. Early season glitches. You add major technology, you have a disaster. Well, this time Green does take a single as he drives it straight down the ground, but mid-off coming across does the necessary, prevents more than a single, not entirely cleanly, but adequately. Aldrich on 13. He's been on 13 for a rather long time, Casey Aldrich. Whether he'll still be on 13 after the next ball, we'll have to wait and see as Hurd comes into him. Well, he's not, because he's gloriously played it through the offside for 4. He's on to 17. He'll feel better for that. He's got the scoreboard moving again. 215 for 5 at the end of that over. Hurd 0 for 14 off his 3. Rather idiosyncrasy of modern scoreboards. At the end of the over, they say it's 2 overs and 6 balls, rather than 3 overs. It's gone to 3 overs now. Done to confuse the simple ones amongst us, me. Anyway, 49 overs gone. Somerset 215 for 5. Run rate is a touch under 4.4. As Weatherall resumes, buoyed by his wicket. Actually, if I'd got Lewis Gregory out, I'd be fairly buoyed by that as well. Leg buyout on the leg side. Striking green in the way. So Aldridge comes on to strike on 17. It's all right. Change of bowling. Druckle. Drucker. I have to say in our defence here, we're operating on limited technology today. We have the cameras running, one that displaying it, but we don't have much other head-up information. It's a matter of us hoping that the scoreboard away to our right is providing information as well. So Dracker is up in the 7th over, 6 overs, 2 deliveries he's bowled, and has gone for 44 runs. So he's been a little bit expensive. And this is driven by Aldridge out through extra cover. There's a long chase out there who is successful, and for the 3rd time, sorry, the 2nd time at Taunton this year, they take a 3. Bringing Ben Green on to strike. Anyway, Green drives it to mid-off. There is no run. And this, I think, is a Ben Green type shot, that sort of fairly firm-footed shot. Gets him a single, takes him on to 3 at the end of the over. 220 for 5. Look at the information that scoreboards give you. The one on the right is suggesting that the over rate is what it should be at this time of day. I think it's saying level. So there are 50 overs bowled, there are 40 remaining. The over rate is said to be level. As Hurd begins his 4th over. Little push for nothing. So you get things like run rates and all sorts of information, bowling rates and who was out and how they were out. Certainly on the last occasion. This time was a bit of a stifled inquiry from mid-wicket as to what was quite going on there as Green pushes forward. No run at all. Must admit I enjoyed watching Ben Green play cricket last year. Probably be offended by this. There's something about a bygone age about the way he approached his game. Flick down the leg side, doesn't get anything. Well, we still have the deep fine leg and we still have the deep square leg, this time to Ben Green. If I could understand the plot or the plan, I'd try and relay it to you, but I don't for those two people. Made even worse by the fact that what then happens is that Green sends it through extra cover for 4. Takes himself on to 7. Somerset 224 for 5. Two balls left for the 51st over. And this time, Green will, courtesy and respect, just pushes it back down the pitch and Hurd does his own fielding. I think I'd be tempted if I were Exeter to re-employ the spinners. I don't see, so this is pitched up and on the leg stump and just whipped out toward mid-wicket where the deep square leg moves away to his left and picks up and returns, albeit not very well. So, end of the over, just for a single. Hurd is 0 for 19s. Somerset 225 for 5. Two overs gone. 51 overs gone, sorry. And I think we have Draco back in, who's been relatively expensive actually. Going around about 7 and over. He has, apart from the 2 slips, a backward point, then an extra cover and a straight mid-off. So there's nobody at covers. This is wild down the leg side. Picked up. So the big gap between backward point would suggest it's about 13 metres from the bat and about 5, 6, 7 metres backward a square to extra cover, who is on a line of the popping crease at the bowler's end. So there's a big gap between the two. And this is driven quite hard at the extra cover, who fields not cleanly but enough to stop any runs. As Green thumps one in his direction. See someone at mid-wicket limbering up. Perhaps they fancy a ball, or maybe they're just trying to keep loose. Dracker in and bowls. And Green plays it out on the offside. This is somewhat easier for the extra cover to field as he moves to his right and in to collect it. Ben Green has become an imposing player, mainly on what he did last year. And this time he plays forward, good stride in, plays forward, just back down the pitch. Dracker to his right with his right hand collects. The field does suggest a full length, in that you've got slips allowing for the movement and you've got fielders relatively straight. You're not looking as though you're going to drop short, whereupon Green launches Dracker over mid-wicket for a 6. It's a short boundary. We know it's a short boundary, but it's a good pick-up. Nice pick-up shot. Takes him on to 14. 2:31 for 5. And Dracker to complete his over, and I suspect his spell, I may be wrong. And this is allowed to go by Ben Green. He remains on 14. Dracker takes his sweater. I think one of the advantages of being an umpire at the moment is you can at least put somebody's sweater around your waist to keep your back a little bit warm. Both of our umpires today are in short, very smart white jackets and black trousers, white boots, but also the broad-brimmed hat with a dark band. And I think we have cut more back. We do. And you had Aldridge pressing forward and just playing it back down the pitch to him. Both the Exeter spinners, I think, have been very impressive. Cutmore in again in bowls, and again Aldridge plays back down the pitch slightly to the onside. This time it's driven down to a straight mid-on, but same result of no run. This is a little slower by Cutmore, and it's turned away to the onside. They take a single. Aldrich on to 21. Green pushes his out to a short extra cover. Always think it's quite fun to make some predictions. Not least to show how wrong you can be. But I can't help feeling that Ben Green is someone who's going to have a good whack at somebody in a minute. That's the way he plays his cricket. Well, for the moment he's on 14 not out, Aldrich on 21 not out. And Cutmore's bowled his 5 overs, 1 for 14. Do we get a change of bowling at this end? I think we do. We'll see. Other end. No, looks like its tracker is going to continue. And he sets off to Aldrich on 21 and in bowls. Nothing for it. 232 for 5. Well, this is whipped off his legs very, very nicely for 4 by Aldrich out through mid-wicket. It's easy enough to say it's a short boundary, but he hit that very well. Moves the score on to 236. Little bit surprised they're persistent with Dracker. I suppose part of today's exercise is giving people a good run out and giving them an opportunity to iron out any glitches that they're feeling and get some confidence. As Aldrich this time just props forward onto the front foot and drops the ball out onto the onside. But of the Exeter bowlers, he has been the most expensive. At the moment, he's halfway through his 9th over and he's gone for 58. Good time to get a hat-trick. When you come to cricket grounds, you sort of in mind's eye are seeing they're all gloriously flat or whatever, except of course Lords, where you can see it drops by over 8 foot from one side to the other. So Aldrich leaves. But it's only sometimes when you walk out across cricket pitches you realise there are undulations or slight nuances in the topography, if you want to use that word. I suppose it's a bit like golf courses and putting greens and things like that. It may look perfectly flat. It's only when you're on it, you realise it isn't quite. people were talking earlier about the work that Somerset have done to improve the drainage, and the work that had to be done as a consequence of heavy machinery and plant going across it when the pylons were going up. Because this ground is obviously right by the River Tone, and the River Tone will over the centuries have changed its line, changed its direction, will have impacted upon the ground around it. So it's not surprising that the ground, particularly toward the Tone end of the ground, might be a little bit softer, therefore more prone to changes in drainage or climate and things like that. This end, the St James's Street end of the ground, little higher, little drier. Cutmore in bowls. So a swatting shot for one away, to backward point for a single. And Green takes him to 15. Aldridge is on 25. Cutmore in and bowls to Aldridge. Pushes it away. Nibbles a single. The fielder's turn to back up. Come round to back up the throw. Green back on the throw. We've got a deep mid-wicket. Green plays it to short extra cover for no run. I just have it in my mind's eye that Ben Green at some point or other this afternoon is going to become quite belligerent with a cricket bat. Plainly not at the moment. He pushes this one into the leg side, thinks of a single but doesn't take it. Cutmore with quite a lot of guile in and bowls, and this is again played out backward of square on the offside by Green, and he has got 2 for it. This is fielded down on the third man boundary. Takes him to 17, 240 for 5. Cutmore, a run of about 10 yards, something like that, in. Right arm bowls, quite flat, and this is cut hard. Cut very hard, but only for 1 as it's picked up out on the cover boundary. He only had to go about 3-4 yards to his right, but it was hit that hard, the boundary so short, they only just got there at a diving stop. Good stop. Save 3. Cutmore perhaps needs to bowl a little slower. He doesn't. Bowls outside the off stump. It doesn't get a run. Somerset make 240 for 3 for 5. Aldridge on 26. Green not out 18. They will be quite happy. With 35 overs remaining in the day, the run rate has gone up to 4.42 and over. I think they'll be happy, by and large, Somerset. They'll be disappointed perhaps that Lewis Goldsworthy didn't succeed, but if you look at it, Lammonby made his 40, Dixon made 73, Abel unfortunately retired injured. We're not quite sure the extent of that, but we don't necessarily think it very serious at this stage. 26, Goldsworthy was caught and bowled by Daniel for naught. Rue was bowled by Cutmore for 17. That was a disappointment. Gregory caught by Thyler off Weatherall for 37. And Aldrich not out 26. And Green not out 18. Takes Somerset after 55 overs up to 243 for 5. As Draka continues. balls, and again this is just press forward by Green, no run. Well, Dracker's into his 10th over. In balls, and this is played out on the offside for no run. I just wanted to know, I'm trying to talk Ben Green up into doing something extraordinary here. At the moment he's not doing, he's just playing it to mid-off for no run, but he played it pretty hard to mid-off for no run. They've obviously, I think, relying heavily on people like Max Waller and whatever else for their advice on their field placements, because you've got this straight extra cover and a pretty straight mid-off and a big gap from them all the way back down to backward point. So they plainly don't think that Ben Green's going to hit it through classic cover point. Again, he doesn't. He drives it hard to that extra cover position. If he had cold hands at the start of the day, won't have cold hands if he keeps having to field something hit at him by Ben Green. But Exeter persisting with the two slips. Well, this is played out through the cover gap and is played for 4. By the way, Green seemed to take his hand off the bat as if it wasn't quite as he intended it to be. It does take him into the 20s. He's on 22, 247 for 5, and that takes us to the end of the 56th over. These two have been fairly prosperous. 243 for 5. The 5th wicket fell at 209, so that gives you an idea of the progress that they've been making. Cutmore in and bowls, and Aldrich gets a single out on the offside. This is driven hard to extra cover, who takes all the way off of it, and his colleague about 10 yards behind him and maybe 2 yards to his right does the tidying up. Cutmore in again and balls, and this is a little slower and pushed it on the onside for no run. This is played square the wicket on the offside for a single by Green, takes him to 23, 249 for 5. Cutmore to 1 for 23. So we now have a backward point on the boundary. We have a going to say at one point we looked like we'd have 3 extra covers. We have a cover, an extra cover, a short extra cover, and a mid-off. And it's a short extra cover that does the fielding. On the leg side, we have mid-on, a mid-wicket, and a forward square leg near the boundary. And this is paddled. Fine, very fine down past wicket-keeper. Very good effort to stop that down there. I say it's paddled, I'm not sure that in fact he got anything of it, it was that fine. Leg by perhaps. Takes the end of Cutmore over. Well, it was 3 byes, the previous one. So Somerset 254 for 5. Green is on 23. Aldridge on 27. 57 overs gone. And if the scoreboard is to be believed, and it's pretty reliable here, it's going to be back to Dracker. But Cutmore's bowled his 7 overs quite tightly, really. 7 overs, 1 for 25. I think we do have a change of bowling. In fact, I'm confident we have a change of bowling because we have a spinner coming on. We'll let the scoreboard catch up with us. It's Daniel back on again. It is. Bowled really well before lunch. Got a little bit of indirect. He deceived a couple of the Somerset players with a ball that sort of came in with the arm. Aldrich full of aggressive intent. And again, this rather interesting offside field. 3 men saving a single and the fourth man sort of slightly closer than that at either shortish mid-off or slightly straight extra cover. It's not fielding by numbers, if you like. It's not, well, let's just set a field and leave it there. That someone's obviously given this quite some thought. But, Daniel 2 for 46 at the end of that. Nice tidy over. Somerset 254 for 5. I'm not sure if it's the sort of day that we'll hear anything about Tom Abel. If we do, we'll let you know. But it didn't give the impression of it being a particularly serious injury. It may well have been he left the field as a precaution, which is absolutely right. Nobody wants to see someone being badly hurt before the season has got underway. And Cutmore has got him. It's Ben Green who's out. He's caught behind for 23. He went to cut, little dab to it. And frankly, as Cutmore seems to have done, he's deceived somebody, and whether that was just run back in with the arm, I'm not sure. But the important thing from Exeter's point of view is that Somerset 254 for 6. So he's only 45 for the 6th wicket. Yeah, but a little bit not cross about that, I would think. But Ben Green had faced 40 balls. He took 2 4s and a 6. And been batting for 38 minutes for his 23 runs, so 254 for 6. Cutmore gets his second. He'll be absolutely delighted with that, and he has looked threatening. As for me, Daniel has looked threatening as well. Seem to run back into the batsman. And Craig Overton to join Casey Aldridge. Here's a man who likes to hit a cricket ball. Become quite the all-rounder in recent seasons. He treats Cutmore with respect. He just places it, pushes it back down on the offside. Short extra cover. This is short, and Overton goes to pull it away onto the leg side. He doesn't really time it terribly well, but it goes out to backward square leg for a single. He's off the mark. Picked up in there and returned. Aldridge this time acquires another. Cutmore in and bowls, and this is driven very pleasantly down the ground. It's a half stop at mid-off as they take single. Takes Overton to 2 and Aldrich back on strike. So, good over for Exeter. Wicket of Green. People will be looking forward, of course, to Friday, April the 5th. First day of the county championship, away to Kent, down at Canterbury. That's when people things start a little more in earnest, but barely into April. As Overton just plays it. Big, powerful man. If it's possible to hit a cricket ball gently for Craig Overton, he's just about doing it. As the sun comes out. Daniel in and bowls, and Overton again drives this, but Sort of dab by Overton this time. Such a powerful man. You sort of think that even if he sort of waved his bat at it with one finger holding it, it would still be enough to take it to the boundaries. This time he advances a little, or threatens to. Here we go again. Look at the umpire. Overton remains on 8. Somerset 263 for 6. This imperious 6 being the one scoring shot of the over. Now, well, we're not quite sure here whether or not Somerset are going to, as it were, bat 9 or 10 wickets, or whether more than that, because they seem to have agreed that they will have the ability to use more players, but whether that's they intend to use other players in the second innings, I don't know. Perhaps they don't either, as Aldrich tries to pull this away. Cutmore in, and this is a little bit outside the leg stump, and looks to turn it away at the leg side, but doesn't really achieve anything. Cutmore is not a man to waste time between deliveries. He's back and he's turned and he's in and he's bowling, and Aldrich plays it back down the pitch. You've got no concerns about your over rate when Cutmore's bowling. He takes Exeter to the end of the 61st over. Aldrich is on 28, Overton on 8, with 11 extras. Daniel 13 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 52, and Cutmore 9 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 28. We have 2 slips now for Daniel as he bowls his slow left arm. The sun is shining with a little bit of intent. There must be a little bit of warmth out there now as Daniel again bowls and this is driven into the offside. Down the ground for 4. No margin of error when you come into Craig Overton. He's such a big man. The flick of the bat and it's gone. Daniel again to him. And again he just leans forward this time, pushes it, squeezes out onto the onside to mid-wicket, but whilst Aldrich thought about a single, Overton did not. Instead, he makes an exaggerated forward defensive shot. This is driven to that short extra cover position for no run. Again, Daniel in and bowls, and Overton lifts it high into or over the Somerset stand. Daniel hits the ground in irritation. The umpire signals 6. And Somerset moved to 273 for 6. Overton onto 18. Aldridge on to 28. Daniel 2 for 62 off his 14 overs. It's been a little bit more expensive. The sun is definitely and plainly shining at Taunton. Cutmore in and bowls, and Aldridge lets it go. Wicketkeeper removes the bells as a precaution. But the fly swatter floodlights are shining very, very brightly across Taunton. Sorry, the shadows are shining, if you call a shadow shining, but it's reflecting very much across the ground. Cutmore in bowls. There's no run. Aldridge being a little bit more circumspect than his more belligerent partner. That I suppose he might feel he's got more to prove. Well, this is by a distance the best part of the day in terms of sunshine. And we have tea. And Somerset have moved on to 273 for 6 at the break. Just in a moment I'll run through the scorecard for you. But it's been a satisfactory afternoon, really for both sides. But just very briefly on the score, Lammonby was out for 40 this morning, caught by Connell off the bowling of Daniel. Dixon was LBW to Charlesworth for 73. Tom Abel retired hurt early today for 26. We don't know the extent of that. We sincerely hope it's not too serious. Goldsworthy was caught and bowled Daniel for naught. He'll be very disappointed by that, as will James Rue, who was bowled by Cutmore for 17. Gregory was caught by Thilo of Weatherall for 37. And since then, Aldridge has been careful in accruing a 28, where Ben Green, a little bit more belligerent perhaps, in scoring 23, and Craig Overton a lot more belligerent in his 18. So at tea, Somerset are 273 for 6, off to 63 overs. We'll look forward to seeing you around about the top of the hour. Thank you.
D.G. Williams, please contact a member of staff in the county room, please. Mr. D.G. Williams, if you could please go to the county room and contact a member of staff. Thank you.
Welcome back to the Cooper's Associate County Ground here at Taunton. Just to update you, during the tea interval, Somerset have taken the opportunity to declare at 273 for 6. So I will quickly run through the scorecard and bowling figures for you. First to go today was Tom Lammonby. He was caught by Connell off of Daniel, very good low catch for 40 with 7 fours. Sean Dixon batted very well indeed. He was LBW to Charlesworth for 73. He batted for 84 balls and scored 7. Try that again. 9 fours and 3 sixes. Tom Abel retired hurt for 26 off of 35 balls with 4 fours. We don't know the extent of Tom's injury, but we're hoping it's nothing particularly serious. Lewis Goldry was caught and bowled Daniel for 0. He just batted for 11 deliveries. He'll be disappointed by that, as will James Rue, who was bowled by Cutmore for 17 with 3 fours. He bowled for 22 deliveries. Lewis Gregory was caught by Thilo of Wetherall for 37. He batted for 48 deliveries with 3 fours and 2 sixes, as you'd expect from Lewis Gregory, who stated a positive approach to the season. Casey Aldrich was not out on 28 with 5 fours. He batted for 65 deliveries. Ben Green was caught by Bo Cutmore for 23, batted for 41 deliveries with 2 fours and a 6. And the other not out batsman, Craig Overton, who was not out 18 or 15 deliveries. 1 4 and 2 sixes. That's the ratio that Craig Overton seems to bat. So Somerset 273 for 6 declared. And for Exeter, Charlesworth 12 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 47. Wetherall 11 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 29. Then we had Draco 10 overs, no maidens, 0 for 62. Thilo 2 overs, 0 for 19. Daniel 14 overs, bowled very well I thought, particularly early on. 3 maidens, 2 for 62. And Cutmore, who perhaps he bowled even better, 10 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 28. And Hurd, who bowled 4 overs, 0 for 19. So there we are. Exeter are to come in and bat after tea. Somerset taking the opportunity to declare over the tea period. The sun is faded back in again, but it's probably the best part of the day, actually. It's quite warm here for the moment. The scoreboard tells me that Josh Davey will open the bowling for Somerset. The scoreboard does not tell me who's opening the batting for Exeter. But the screen does. It's Routledge and Church. Routledge to take the first delivery. We've got a minimum of 27 overs left today. Somerset appear to be applying attacking intent, looking at the slip cordon. 4 slips as Davey sets off on the old pavilion end, or the Truscothic pavilion end, in and bowls, and it's pushed away. This is a particularly sensible declaration, I think. The weather forecast for the next 2 days is not very good, and Somerset, in addition to wanting to give their batsmen a bit of a run out, will want to give their bowlers a run out as well in the middle, and Davey it's in bowls, and this is pushed back. Jimmy does his own fielding. Quite a long run, Josh Davey, for someone not of express pace. He's in and bowls, and this is edged and caught at third slip, I think. I think it went to fourth and then flew up to third, but it was certainly caught. And Routledge has gone for naught. Josh Davey will be absolutely delighted with that, and Somerset will be delighted. The ball has flown in the air and they managed to get a hand to it. Went quite quickly. Catchable height, decent height. But if your hands are not all that warm, and they may not be all that warm, that's well done. I'll confirm the catcher to you as soon as I know it, but at the moment the scoreboard is doing its best to catch up. They're taking everybody by surprise. Well, Josh Davis has made the sort of start that he would wanted to make. There's nothing like wickets to give a bowler a little bit of confidence. And he'll be absolutely delighted with that. He got it in the right area. It was on the off stump. Seemed to move away very slightly. Went a very catchable height to the slips, who did what was necessary. So Connell is the incoming batsman for Exeter. He will face Josh Davey, who's about to bowl his fourth ball of his spell. And Davey it is in, and he bowls. And Connell, up on his toes, just pushes it onto the offside to mid-on. When it's fielded, there's no run. So it's Aldridge, in fact, who completed the catch off of Davey. Davey for the fifth ball is over. Again, this is sort of press forward. Down the pitch for no run. Well, as Exeter's had no work all day, Somerset slips have been employed in the first over, which Davey now sets off to come and complete. Balls, and again there's this push back down the pitch on the onside. There's no run. End of the first over. Exeter 0 for 1 in reply to Somerset 273 for 6 declared at tea. Well, Somerset are set to employ 4 slips again at this the Truscothic Pavilion end. This is James's Street end. Depending on your vintage, is what you want to call it these days. Marcus Truscothic, of course, had his own stand at the fire, which, of course, he's now handed over to James Hildreth, I think. Jake Ball it is to bowl from the river end, the Botham stand end. His first ball's down the leg side. Again, it's an opportunity for Jake Ball. Somerset know what Craig Overton could do, for example. And this is turned away down to backward fine leg for a single. Gets Exeter off the mark. Gets Church off the mark and brings Connell on to strike. You got the four slips, you got the square short leg, backward point, mid off, mid on, and the fine leg as Ball bowls, and this is swung on, or an attempt to swing, an unsuccessful attempt to swing that goes all the way through to Rue. It'll be a one-day wide, but it's not a wide in this competition. Well, in this match. Ball turns, sets off again. Nice easy action in balls, and this is defended. Looking at the Somerset slips, there's all hands folded or hands in pockets or anywhere to keep the hands warm, I think, at the moment. Backward point much the same. This ball comes in. Fifth ball of the over, and there's an appeal. Or half stifled appeal, but there's nothing doing from anybody else. An arm raised. Not quite found this direction, perhaps so much ball this over yet. Let's see what he does with the final ball. And that's a much better line outside the off stump. That concludes his over. Exeter 1 for 1 after 2 overs, with Churchman scoring a run and Routledge a man out. Commentary box at Taunton's at the top of the Trescothic Pavilion, and you've got a staggering view across the rooftops of Taunton. You can see all the new structures which have been appearing in recent years. It used to be you looked across toward the railway station, you'd see the sort of the bits of the goods station and things like that. Now you have a large multi-storey car park built to service Taunton railway station. Davy is halted in his run as Church sees something moving or distracting him. New apartments again in that general direction. Housing. And of course, across Priory Bridge Road, there is the beginning of the Firepool development, or the continuation of the Firepool development, which seems to have been developing for a very long time, but it does seem to be moving forward at long last. St James Street itself has seen new accommodation and shops being built. Church plays this one from Davy, back down on the offside for no run. Town seem to be in a state of transition at the moment, I rather think. You see long established shops shut, and you see new shops being created. In some ways, I'll come back to it in a minute, as Davy bowls. And this is run down into the offside. In some ways, it's almost moving backwards, because if you were to turn the clock back, I don't know, 100, 150 years, people who had shops would perhaps have lived above their shops. And then you have the development of the big department stores and all those sorts of things, and people moving out of the town centre. And now, for example, in St James Street, you've got shops or things being created on the ground floor with accommodation above. It's not the people working in the shops necessarily, but it is returning people to live in the town centre. Connell's boundary takes him across to 5. Not a very convincing 5, but anyway. I don't know whether he left that or was beaten by that. Either way, he didn't touch it, and I think that's probably all he's grateful for. Davy to complete a tidy enough over. Church giving a push down on the onside, so it's 5 for 1 after the third over. See how Jake Ball fares this over, whether he's can find a little bit more consistency in his line. So we have 3 slips, a leg slip. And this is whipped for 4 by Connell. Nine for 1, Exeter. Yeah, we got 3 slips, a leg slip, a squarish short leg. And that, to my mind, suggests that either Somerset thinks that Ball is getting some late in swing, or that his line is wrong. This is a much better line. It's outside the off stump. Connell leaves it, but it is better. And again, that's a more consistent line. I'd rather, in a sense, that the field was set for the line you want him to bowl, rather than have a leg slip for what may well be not a very good ball. In other words, you think he's slipping one down the leg side, and you may get a little strangled, caught down the leg side. Depends, I suppose, how they feel that Jake Ball is going to bowl, but aside from the first ball, he seems to have bowled a better line this over. This is squirted down through the slips. They get two. Do they look for a third? They do not. So it's 11 for 1. But it is a better line for ball to bowl. As Connell lets the last one go. So 4 overs, 11 for 1. Something very sedate against a match like this. In a match like this, where you think a little bit later in the summer, whether it's in the county championship or the one-day cup or the blast or whatever it is, this ground will be absolutely heaving with people. Depending on the match, the floodlights may be on. There may be music, there may be sort of fireworks, whatever there might be. All the razzmatazz, but today. Yes. And Davey beats him outside the off stump today. It's a much more sedate day. We're trying out live stream again at the Cooper's Associate County Ground. It's very much a chance to make sure that everything is working as it should, and bringing cameras into play and into operation, which have been closed off for 6 months or so. I think it's rather like at home. You sort of switch the electric light on and then you wonder why it doesn't work. Anyway. Church is patiently on 5. It's always part to go without troubling the scorers. He's doing his best to hold off Josh Davey, who's played some international cricket. Must be quite hard, I think, sometimes if you're a county or international bowling, you're bowling against a university player or a club player or whatever it might be, not to strive too hard, to remember to keep doing the things which have brought you your success and not try and do things that sort of overplay your hand a bit. This Church is forced to play this one out onto the offside, just backward to square. So these 4 slips and a square short leg and a backward point. Davey in again and bowls. And up on his toes and plays this through the offside and gets a boundary. Church will be happy enough with that. That takes him on to 9. Takes Exeter on to 15 for 1. Probably annoyed Josh Davey a little bit. He dropped a little bit short and gave him not only the length but the width to be able to play that shot through the covers. The Sol is very firmly back with us as Davey bowls, and this is a little bit fuller length. Doesn't seem to bounce quite as much and just played back down on the onside for no run. Somerset 273 for 6 declared. Exeter 15 for 1 in reply. The Man out being Routledge, who was caught by Aldridge off of Davy for 0. So 3 slips and a leg slip and the square short leg again as ball bowls, and this is turned away on the offside. Out through mid wicket. There's 1, there's 2, there's a dive by the mid wicket fielder. That's all there will be. Ball in again and bowls. Quiet moment in play, I think, at the moment. And this is flicked off the legs by Connell for 4. $19 for 1. The end of ball's over. He goes 0 for 11. 19 for 1. Church on 9. Connell on 10. By process of elimination, these two are put on 19 as the first wicket went with no runs on the board.
Got bid? Okay, cool. Yeah. All good.
Davy and Zen and bowls.
That one.
This is played back out on
Do
the
one out.
outside for no run. Going to mid-off.
Noted.
Shadows of Somerset stand starting to infringe on the ground now as the sun swings around to the west. Church, time to find like just pick up a single.
Yeah, okay, dude. Silly square legs, a bit annoying. Cool.
One on 12, Church on 10. It's Davey for the third ball with Alpha over comes and balls and all that. That's allowed to go by. There's some applause from the slips. It really didn't threaten very much. See the director testing out cameras now. Different views, different players. I think I was told there were 7 or 8 cameras that could be brought into play, depending on the match and depending on the pitch. Davey doing what Davey does, and that's ball fairly straight. Davey's got to run around about 30 yards, I would imagine, from here. As Connell just plays this one down to mid-on for no run. It is a very nice late afternoon.
Cool.
Such moisture as there is in this ground,
Do you want me to speak
a bit, will at least be drying out a little bit
Okay, cool.
this afternoon before the heavy rain comes in tonight. This is played down through third man. For 2, I think.
You.
Collar goes to 14, Church goes to 10. They didn't stop it inside the boundary in the shadow. 24 for 1.
Just forgot which end was going.
Yes, well, I think Somerset will want to bowl their bowlers in long spells. It's kind of important run out this afternoon, and maybe 4 or 5 over spells might be the order of the day. We'll see, but it's certainly war for the moment. $24 for 1. Church, I think SA is what you might call a posthumous leaver. I think he was playing at that and decided better of it. I think the ball had gone by at the time that decision was made. See the advertising hoardings around the ground, the sort of the electric ones, the sophisticated ones aren't on at the moment. But the old-fashioned things with paint and timber, well, they're still there.
Yeah.
But again, rather a show this doesn't have first-class status. There's a good old-fashioned rope around the boundary rather than the triangular padded cushions, which often have outputs on them. This is just squeezed away on the offside, just backward a point, and they wrap a single as they can. Church on to 11, Connell on 14, 25 for naught. Somerset have not looked very threatening. I don't think as threatening as they'd like to have looked. Yes, of course, Davey got a wicket right at the start of the innings, but since then, there's been little in the way of full shots.
Are you happy with that sort of framing, the kind of wickets in the sort of first third? Yeah? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
The ball in balls, and again, this is left outside the off stump. That completes his over. So he and Davey have bowled 8 overs between them. There you are, that's a scoreboard that I have the advantage of looking at sometimes, and it's the one, the River Bridge end of the town. You've got the Somerset stand side of the ground. Two scoreboards in Toronto really do provide a lot of information to people watching. Certainly different to this is a score, number 1 batting, number 3 batting, or whatever it was. You get all the names now, you know where the last wicket fell, who it was, get some idea of the over rate. This is Meg Leonard who's come on to replace. And starts off with Patrick. Quite sure what the collective noun is for a gathering of seam bowlers, but Somerset certainly have I call it a clutch of seam bowlers. Somerset certainly do seem to have a clutch of able bowlers as this one goes past the off stump outside edge through to James Room. And sometimes if you've got a number of seam bowlers, it's being able to give each enough cricket for them to give them their best. And Ned Leonard is certainly one of those people who will be looking to impress this year. Is in bowls, and this is beats Church as he comes forward to him. Good carry through to James Room. Leonard not quite sure about his run-up, having a bit of a look at it, and the umpire's having a little bit of a look as to where his front foot landed as well. But he does look to have a little bit of pace about him, Leonard. 19 on his shirt as he comes in and bowls. And again, this is driven, well, driven to mid-off for no run. I don't think Lewis Gregor will mind in the slightest his seam bowlers being driven. If that shows that they're keeping the ball up, if that shows they're bowling the right sort of line. What he will not want to see, I would imagine, is people dropping short and being worked square on the offside or square on the leg side. Landed in and bowls, and this is driven back, hits the stump actually. I think, no, yes it does, it removes the bell at the bowler's end as Leonard got his hand down toward the ball. Deflected to mid-on. There being no run. And again in bowls, and this is for the slip cordon for... Well, it came off of the keeper. In fact, it was a bye. It was unable to be gathered. Aside from the first ball, I think that was a pretty satisfactory over for Leonard. $30 for 1 after 9 overs. And Craig Overton to replace Jake Ball. As if this might demonstrate a change in gear. Somerset persisting with, I could say, leg slip. He's a little bit wider now as Overton in and bowls. Church allows it past.
That's all right, yeah, no worries. Yeah, I'm just practicing, no problems.
Overton again in and bowls, and this is played down to Gully's right hand. They scurry a single, which they get. Takes Church on to 16. It's Connell on to strike, who's on 14. And scored a 31 for 1. And what Craig Overton's thoughts are for the season. Whether he'll get back into the England fold, having perhaps been left out a little bit. As he pulls an absolute pearly to Connell, beats him completely. Whether he feels that his England days have come and gone, I don't know. I think he's become a very good all-rounder, but then so is his brother. And again, Overton demonstrates why he's a very good bowler and some of the others are not quite as very good. But certainly Jamie Overton, since he moved counties, has done very well and developed perhaps more as a batsman than he has as a bowler. His brother Craig gets another one on length and on line as his push this time up to mid-on. I mean, there are some suggestions that say that perhaps Somerset shouldn't be troubled too much by international duty this year. I suppose maybe some truth in that, but also the reality is that they do have a couple of players who may well feel, and that's picked up for 6. Craig Overton will not be pleased about that. Connell moves from 14 to 20 as dispatching the seamer into the Somerset stand. James Rue, I think, impressed very much last year. I think people have a very firm eye for him. Tom Abel must be someone who, with a good start to the season, will catch the selector's eye, as will Lewis Gregory. So I don't think for a minute that, excepting Jack Leach may well be used by England if his knee is all right, I don't think for a minute that Somerset are entirely immune from international call-ups. Leonard then, 37 for 1. And again, gets past the edge. There are 1, 2, 3, 4 slips, a backward point, a leg slip. A wide mid on and the wide mid off. Leonard bowls and this is straighter. And Church obliged to play, does so. You would think Leonard would be quick enough if he were minded to drop it short and see what happened. And this is rather fended at. And is gone. As it's looked entirely unconvincing by Church. Fended at a ball. It was taken the slips. And Leonard, with that little bit of extra pace and a little bit of extra threat, has achieved the breakthrough that takes Exeter to 37 for 2. It's fair to say that neither Connell or Church have been entirely convincing, but then why would they be necessarily entirely convincing? They're up against the Somerset bowling attack, which is extremely capable. And batting looks a little bit harder, as you'd expect it to look a little bit harder than it did at times earlier today. It was Craig Overton, hands like buckets, that took that catch. That slip. So if he's not going to take a wicket by bowling at one end, if it's in the air and it's catchable, he will certainly catch it at the other. Baird it is who replaces
he's in.
Church, and to face Leonard. The 3 balls left of the over.
Right.
So 4 slips. Now, there's an appeal by 4 slips for LBW, who can see precisely nothing about what's gone on, and a token raised the hand by Leonard, who thinks he ought perhaps to be supporting his colleagues. But the bottom line is it's leg pies, and there were 3 of them. Let's say that Leonard was going for the Yorker. I feel like saying to the slips, look, if the bowler's not convinced, why would you be? And this is an awful shot from Baird, who fences at something from Connell, who fences at something from Leonard and goes all the way through to Laird. Oh, went through Baird to Rue. And look at someone who was entirely unconvinced by what he was trying to do. Leonard, hopes raised, in and bowls. And again this is fenced at and takes the wicket, takes the edge through to Rue. And Connell is gone, he's gone for 20, and this is a good over from Leonard. He's doing what Somerset would hope he would do, and that is to bowl a length, bowl a line, and bowl with some pace and get a little bit of movement. But without being discourteous to Connell, he didn't look anywhere close to being in the line of that. I know we're slightly off to one side, as I've said earlier today. We're over long on, but that flew through to Rue at a very comfortable height, and that brings the third wicket with Exeter 40 for 3. And effectively we have 2 new batsmen. Baird is not out naught. And the replacement to Connell. So Leonard now has bowled 2 overs, 1 maiden, 4 runs and 2 wickets. And Overton is 0 for 7 off of 1. There's a feeling, I think, that Somerset need another seam bowler to step up, as it were, to be supporting Davey and Overton. And if Ned Leonard to do that role, or indeed any of the Somerset seamers can do that role, then all well and good. And cricket, like many sports, is a matter of confidence, and this will give Leonard confidence. Baird looks to face Overton.
On the body.
Comes in with a referendum, bowls, and Baird drops it down in front of him, offers to go and knock the ball away, but the short leg comes in across, picks it up. So Mumford is the other new batsman for Exeter. Who stands at the bowler's end and watches his colleague Baird face Overton, and Baird lets it go by. A man of remarkable judgment. He didn't miss by that much. He would say it missed by enough. We're there showing fields on the Quantock Hills, and I have to tell you that's not very far from where I grew up. Can't help feeling Mr. Baird is teasing Mr. Overton to bowl a little straighter.
Yeah, sure.
Used to sit here as a child, look up across with a pair of high-powered binoculars and try and work out which road it was, or which line of hedges it was, or which electric wires it was up across there, and try and get my bearings as to where it was. Well, you try and play it, Craig. Quantock Hills, like most of Somerset, I think is steeped in cricket mythology. A lot of the villages up there over the years having cricket teams. Many of them still do, of course. I remember playing at Cothleston years ago. It was an unusual field that the boundary on the one side of the pitch seemed to go up a 1 in 6 hill.
Alright, wicked.
Setting a field there with 3 long on for the straight hits. There is a shout. An ask by Somerset for a caught behind and an absence of movement by the umpire. A very good over by Overton. Score remains on 40 for 3. Exeter clinging on by fingertips. Mumford to face his first ball, I think, from Leonard, who has been impressive. To my mind, very impressive. 4 slips, backward point, square short leg is Leonard in and bowls, and this is played firmly by Mumford back down the pitch. Leonard seeks to field it, mid-off does. And again, the umpire has a look at the popping crease. I wonder before long, in terms of, I know in test matches you have sort of the third umpire looking at the front foot and things like that. I wonder how long before it's sort of an automatic call by, is it Hawkeye they use on at Wimbledon? And I was watching the match of the day yesterday, and there was a shot on goal which the naked eye looked like it had crossed the line. Of course, in football the ball has to completely cross the line, and I think it must have been the thickness of the covering of the ball that hadn't crossed the line. But the goal line technology is that good. And this is played out on the offside off of Leonard by Mumford all the way to the boundary for 4. He'll feel better. Leonard again. Oh, that's wider. A flash outside the off stump. Rue does very well to take it almost in front of second slip. So far did he go to his right. Two 4s in the over, that will give Mumford some heart. Perhaps cause Leonard to change his tactic very slightly. A little straighter. Rather like that. So 48 for 3. Reply to Somerset's 273 for 6 declared. So it's been a curate's egg for Exeter so far. They've had a pretty good day with the ball, but they'll be disappointed to find themselves 3 down. But I think you have to acknowledge that Overton and Leonard are posing some problems, and Overton himself hasn't yet taken a wicket. 14 overs left in a day. The run rate is all right. Overton in, bowls. Baird to face Overton, bowls, and this is just waits for it to come onto him and just forces that onto the offside, but for no run. I say forces, it was sort of a positive defensive shot, if you can have such a thing. Overton again. Number 7 on his back, and this is further defence on the part of Baird. Played it on the offside. For those of you who don't recognise them, those dark things are called shadows. They're caused by sunlight at the moment. Bashir, I'm told, is on the field, which rather suggests that Somerset might be looking at a bowling change.
Cool. I can hear Clive as like a very
Couple of runs
echo in the background.
there, that takes him off the mark. He'll be feeling a bit better about that. That ball actually from Overton seemed to move away a little bit, and he seemed to be following it slightly, but nevertheless got enough bat on it to keep it safe and to get 2. Overton to complete is over, and again a fend at it, but no more than that. 50 for 3. Skyline and sunshine, some clouds and sunshine. Few trees. What's not to like? Leonard, arms pumping, works, comes in and bowls, and Mumford plays it back out on the offside, onside. Leonard is doing the things that many bowlers do, walking back to their mark, sort of deep in their own thoughts, and they find themselves looking left to right to think, where's the ball gone, who's going to give it back to me? Anyway, he has it, he's off, he's in past the umpire and he bowls, and Mumford defensively pushes it back down the pitch toward him. You often see it in cricket, perhaps even more in Test cricket, where it's sort of played back to the bowler who picks it up, chucks it to somebody, and then gets back to the end of the mark and then wonders where the ball's going to come back to him from.
How do you do? How are you? And you? Welcome on board, as they say.
He hoping that somebody else would have done the hard work of polishing it. Leonard in, bowls, and again there's the... Oh, it's a no ball. I think that's the first no ball of the day. Somebody would say it's the first no ball of the season at Thompson, but I won't.
You got history, right? You were.
Yep. I was in TV. Yeah.
It would be fair to say the umpire has been having a look at the popping crease on occasions, Led.
First off with the BBC. Started doing some cricket with the BBC.
And he comes again.
Then got made redundant.
Bowls, and this is clipped away onto the leg side, down to backward square leg. They'll look for just the 1 run. I think that's Bashir down there, in fact, who did the fielding.
Caribbean.
else. You know,
Mumford takes himself along to 9, 53 for 3.
When the World Cup was in the West Indies, not covering the cricket because Sky were just taking the coverage and putting their own studios on. So they decided instead of having the studio in Isleworth, they'd have the studio in a luxury villa on the coast of Cardiff, which somebody's got to do it, you know.
Nice single there by Bear, just pushed it out on the offside between the backward point and the cover fielder and set off immediately for the single. And because he was clear in his sinking and clear in the response from Mumford, they got it without any difficulty at all. That seemed to straighten and bounce on Mumford a bit. He looked awkward in playing that, as if at one point he's going to play it to the onside and then ended up sort of dropping out on the offside.
A young lad who had started, the way they ran it was that they started as a runner, sort of getting in both in his coffee and that sort of thing.
People who are suspicious, or not suspicious, but superstitious might be a better word, might say, oh, well, you probably get a wicket off the extra ball of the over. Well, let's see if Leonard does that. No, he doesn't. Played down on the offside into the slip cordon, but there's no run, no wicket.
I was really quite impressed with this lad. And so at the end of his
the Andarchi Pavilion away there to the right-hand side, the Caddick Pavilion. Beyond that office block, I think, beyond the Priory Bridge Road.
When this gig in West Indies, I said, look, I want him.
And there's the scorecard for you.
He will work with me. The other two will work with me. That gives me 2 months.
54 for 3, 15 overs. Perfectly respectable run rate, 3.5 and over.
So, and the night after the first transmission that he was involved in.
Overton. 7 on his back, in, bowls round about the off stump, and this is pushed out onto the offside for no run.
Over the moon.
He's not express pace, Craig Overton. At least I tell myself that, but he isn't. But what he does have is height and bounce and control, and the ability to just to get the ball to do enough. And that, all of those things make him awkward.
Cricket was my big thing.
And you add to that his ability to hit a cricket ball a very long way, and his ability to catch pretty well anything, anywhere. You have a very, very good cricketer. See people huddled down. I think that's a Gimlet Hill tucked in under there a moment ago.
There's the aesthetic side of it, of what's a good place to put a camera.
It's played out on the offside. Go on, chase. I think you got it. They'll take 3. He's making an effort, isn't he, chasing that across there? But anyway. I always think it was 3 unless the umpire says something. Oh, it says 4. So perhaps he didn't quite make it.
And let's say, picking the right people for the right job. And of course, when you think, I did my first ever live cricket,
Coming down here years ago, and there was one of the club's major sponsors in those days made sheepskin coats, and if they'd have been here selling them, they'd have made a fortune. It was so cold that day. Today it's so much nicer, even though it's earlier in the year. Overton beats Mr. Baird outside the off stump. Oh, teaching for hitting him before. But later in the year, there'll perhaps be temporary stands for the 20 over game. Baird again faces it and drives this through the offside, through extra cover. Gets 2. I think again it's Bashir out there doing the work. He probably wish he hadn't come on the ground. So Overton is 0 for 15. Exeter 60 for 3. Mumford is back on strike with 9. Baird is on 9. $11 overs left for today. Well, that's a minimum, I think, actually. The rate that they're going, they'll probably get more than that in. Leonard in, bowls, and this is around about off stump. It's pushed back down the ground. It's into his fifth over, led Leonard. Depends whether or not Lewis Gregory is interested in stock rotation, in other words, giving other people a bowl. Leonard on target again. Mumford defends again. Sitting here some years ago, we spent the afternoon wondering what the awful smell was, and later in the day we discovered it was a supermarket to the other side of the river had gone up in smoke. This is played out on the offside, but it's another no ball. Second no ball for Leonard. This is something you want to get rid of. No balls at this stage of the season don't matter too much on one level. On the other hand, they do matter because it's a trend you want to get rid of. Bearing in mind that run-ups these days are so precisely marked out, Leonard will want to make sure that he's getting these things right. I think it's been quite an impressive spell by him. Splendid isolation out on the boundary. There's not even too many people behind him within shouting range to keep him company. He's pressed out to backward point for no run. When pitches are in the middle and you've got a big crowd, and if you're out on the boundary, it's almost impossible but to avoid comment or observation or conversation with the people around you. Leonard in, balls. And fences at that. Mumford whistles by. You may find a better description, I'm sure what one is, but he just fenced at it, as far as I'm concerned. Played and missed. Leonard to complete his over in and bowls, and that seems to have bounced and flown off the outside edge backward a point for 4. Mumford seemed to know little or nothing about it. Leonard will feel aggrieved. very good ball. Gives away 4 runs. Now, Craig, it's your turn. Get something in the wickets column. 3 slips. Waits as Overton comes in and bowls, and this is just goes past the edge. Second slip, hands raised, almost in supplication. What else can you do to get a wicket without actually getting one? Overton. Probably seen it before. Into Baird. Again, you've got this. No. Unless you think that's pitching outside the line, it's got an edge umpire, that looked a fairly good shout. Ah. Be interesting to see. It's difficult for here, and Overton is such a tall man. He does get bounced when as a good batsman gets some sort of stride, and it makes a challenge for the umpire as to whether or not it's going over the top. But it's been a very good over. Looks a little disconsolate, Craig Overton. I think he's bowled so well this over and he's got no reward so far. As if he's sort of ruining his luck, rather. Anyway, here he is doing to complete the over, and again this impeccable line really of just outside the off stump passes by. 66 for 3. That's as good an over as you're going to bowl without taking a wicket, I would think. Somerset Wyvern up on the wall of one of the apartments above the Somerset stand. Not a day for tending the plant pots outside, they obviously feel. Probably in for tea. Well, these two have added 26, not without incident, in fairness. Casey Aldrich coming on to bowl from the Gothic Pavilion end for the first time today. A helpful contribution earlier today with the bat, Casey Aldrich, making 28 not out. wants to make an impact with the ball now. And this is square cut. Very, very nice indeed by Mumford. Takes himself on to 17. And takes the score on to 70 for 3. That was short and that was wide and that's what it deserved and that's what it got. Kept it down nicely as well. Shortish point fielder here for Aldrich. And this one is outside the off stump and Mumford had nothing to do with it at all. People sat down Gimlet Hill there. This is tucked away off his legs. Sheer, I think, round Fields. Very good return. Just a single. Mumford takes him on to 18. Aldridge in again. Again, he's sort of turned on the onside, but this time at short leg, doesn't get a run. Yeah. Well, I think the sun has pretty well left us for the day. Certainly no shadows, plenty of blue sky about. Sun will be away to the west. I think we're all a little bit grateful that we've looked like getting through the day without any interruption, because certainly when I was looking at the forecast yesterday, if not this morning, it looked quite doubtful after tea. But we've had a good day's cricket. We've seen runs scored, wickets fall, and we've still got a little while to go yet. 8 overs remaining. And Bashir, fresh from his England exploits, is going to bring his very considerable presence to Taunton in bowls. Can't help feeling the pitches at Taunton are going to be a little bit different to the pitches in India. But for a man of limited experience, he did very well. Quite how or in what way he'll figure the summer in England, I don't know. But anyway, there we are. Encouragement for Rue from behind the stumps. It's Ben Green under the lid at short leg, I'm told. Hands in pockets. Until now. I can't say that it's turning, but I'm not equally not certain it's going on completely straight. almost medium pace. Again, he's not hanging around getting through his overs, is he? It's a little slower, and I think that did turn. Didn't sort of spit and bounce, but it did, to my eyes, turn a little bit. So first over, and it's a maiden. Somebody 1 for 3, Mumford 18, Baird on 9. There are a minimum of 7 overs left in the day. But Somerset have done what I said hadn't happened for years. They're bowling at 20 overs to the hour. A determined effort to prove me wrong, which is fine. Aldridge, midway through his second over, bowls, and again this is up on his toes and plays out on the offside square for a boundary. Mumford will be happy about that, takes the score on to 75 for 3, and Mumford into the 20s. Threaded it through nicely. Again in bowls, and this has just dropped it on the onside. He pushes for a single. He has to think about 2. He'll probably get 2. As Ben Green chases down to what would have been mid-on and collects. This is turned nicely away to the leg side by Baird. Well, I don't suppose Casey Aldridge gets too many people to duck when he bowls a bouncer. Now, you showing that picture to try and get somebody into trouble or suggest they're busy doing their job? Some hardy souls down in the Trescothick Pavilion. But it is dry. It is dry. We got Bashir bowling with a slip, a leg slip, and a forward short leg. That's a little bit too straight. He's tucked away for a single. Just backward a square. Again, I think it's important for Bashir to understand, so I'm sure he does, that this pitch is going to behave a little differently. And very often in England, for a spinner to take wickets is a matter of patience as much as anything else. Now then, that gripped, spun down the leg side. Long chase down below me. I think he's got it. I think it's also signalled as 3 byes. I'm told that's a Craig Overton fan club down there. Anyway, this is Aldridge, who's turned out onto the leg side for a single. $81 for 3. $82 for 3 now, sorry, I turned for a single. Pushed out to short extra cover. I think that's Max Waller sat on the ground. I think with his enthusiasm he'd probably be rather playing, though perhaps he'd like a little bit more help from the pitch. My daughter did her worked here during her A-levels in university, and on one occasion, I think it was Sky was covering the match, and they had lost sight of Max Waller and where he was fielding, and when they tracked him down, they realised he was chatting to my daughter on the boundary edge, much to the mirth of the catering staff, who also wondered where Sarah was at the time. Baird steals another. So the 23 overs have gone, 83 for 3. There's nothing whatsoever wrong with the run rate in terms of entertainment. Exeter have battled really hard today, even though they've lost those 3 wickets, to get some sort of respectability here. Well, I think he kind of hopes with the field he's got that something's going to turn and bounce. Now, he's certainly got the height, but at the moment he's firing in quite flat. To put this stand into context, the third wicket went at 40. That's a little slower. So they've added 43. In about a dozen overs. I'd say Baird looks comfortable against Bashir, but he doesn't look too uncomfortable against Bashir. Comes in again. Now then, this is a little bit more unscientific. Is it caught? It is a very, very, very good catch. That is Casey Aldridge running back and getting under that and getting a very, very good grab. And that's the sort of catch that will lift his spirit and lift everybody's spirit. Watch this. Big slog away. Short boundary, yes. Aldridge running back. Look at this. There you go. That's how to do it. No juggle at all. I only dream of such things. But a little bit more flight, and that was important. Sees the end of Baird. Well, just a dozen runs, but up until that point, he had fared fairly well against Bashir. But Bashir has now 1 for 1 off 2 overs and 5 balls, and it was only that point where he felt he wanted to take him on that it all came apart. Defensively, he didn't look in any trouble. So that was a stand of 43 between Baird and Mumford. Mumford remains not out on 24 of 34 deliveries. There you are. Smart scoreboard away to my left. Middle, please, umpire. Yes, that's it, son. There you are. Very too wide stance. Left foot away to the right. success for Bashir. He's got 1 for 1 off his 3 overs. Both electronic scoreboards are very reluctant to tell me that Baird has got out and who has replaced him, so I'll tell you as soon as I know. Importantly, it's Mumford to face. Well, that seemed to leap off a length, and certainly Mumford seemed to know nothing whatsoever about it as he sort of fended it away. Charland has come in to replace Baird. Little or nothing has misbehaved here today. I know Aldridge has got a bit of height, and this time it's Mumford in behind it. Just 2 slips now, 2 slips in the gully for Aldridge as he bowled. And again, this is short. Mumford, I can't say he ducked under it, he dived under it rather. It was effective, but it certainly wasn't elegant. So there are 2 slips. There's a gully, a backward point, a traditional point, and a square short leg, and then you have a mid-off. There's Aldridge in and bowls, and this is played out on the onside. They'll take 1. They'll have a look for 2. They take 2. Moves Mumford on to 26. Aldridge on to 0 for 15 and 85 for 4. So chopped down into the offside by Mumford. The view you have on screen at the moment is about the view that I have as well, so I'm not looking at the camera behind the bowler's arm, and my view is not behind the bowler's arm either, which is probably as well, because any speculations I may make for LBW will plainly be wrong. To complete the over then, Aldridge in bowls, and again this sort of shot into the offside by Mumford. He remains on 26. Exeter remain on 85 for 4. And at the Cooper Associates County Ground, officially there's a minimum of 2 overs left today, but we have quarter of an hour, so we should do better than that. And someone is very kindly showing me dark clouds away. That's St James's Church Tower that was being shown there, so it's in that direction. I thought we were trying to be upbeat and positive about the prospects of playing. Anyway, Bashir to bowl. He's going to bowl to Charland, and he does so, and it's flat. It doesn't bounce a huge amount, and Charland is able to comfortably play it back down the pitch. And we have, from the point of view, a slip, a leg slip, a square short leg, a short mid wicket, and a short mid on. Very nice push through for 2 runs. Following the basic principle, don't try and hit it too hard, which is what cost Mr. Baird his wicket an over or so ago. Sensible shot by Charlotte. It's 2-eyed, very open stance as Bashir bowls, and critically, at the point the bat hits the ball, it's beside his pad. So you see his bat is between his feet rather than behind his right toe. And then he steps into line and Rue whips off the bails. Mr. Charland had not moved his feet. Last ball of the over from Bashir in. Balls. And this does seem to come back into him and is played to the straighter of the shorter leg side fielders. Now, Lewis Goldsworthy was having a twirl of his arms just now. Now, whether or not that means that he's going to have a ball. I'm not quite sure it'd be mischievous to say, but if you've got a name as long as Goldsworthy, you need a shirt with fairly broad shoulders to get it all on there. But it is Lewis Goldsworthy, who was having a loosen up at backward point during the course of the last over, and he drops it straight on the length. Somerset have got very high hopes for him. And he'll hurry through his overs as well. His field isn't as attacking as Bashir, but he still has 3 men in close support, plus James Rue, and short extra cover. That's straight, short mid-on, short extra cover, and slip in the leg slip. And for his pains, he floated up and gets cracked for extra cover for 4. It's not the sort of thing that spinners should mind, actually. I think throwing it up and trying to encourage a shot, that was exactly what enabled Bashir to get a wicket. It was a false shot. And here, if Goldsworthy is going to give it a little bit of air and encourage people, then a boundary may ensue. 91 for 4. Charland on 2 to face Bashir, and does so. And just drops it out on the offside. Mumford's moved on to 30. But again, this sort of tight, close field. Bashir bowling it a little bit slower and a little bit wider and a little bit slower, just to a bit more flight, just to see if he can get something from it. Again, this squirts out through on the onside. They take a single. Charland on to 3. Mumford then to face Bashir, who 2 or 3 steps in, bowls, props forward, that straight mid-on position. That was a bit too leg side and left alone by Mumford and gathered nicely by Rue. It's a 6-3 field, but you've got to bear in mind one of the 3 is a slip, so really there are only 2 men on the offside trying to save a single. That was slower and bounced and caused excitement, but not a wicket. 92 for 4. So Bashir has bowled 5 overs, 1 for 4. They trail by 181 to Exeter. That doesn't really matter in the context of this. What's important from the view of both sides is that people get a run out in terms of having a bat and having a ball. In the case of Casey Aldridge, a very good catch. Goldsworthy bowls a bit too much of the leg stump, and he's worked away off his legs as well, just for the single. It's starting to get a little bit darker. The sun is gone. Gregory in. Sorry, goes for the in and bowls and played out on the offside. No run. I think if Lewis Goldsworthy tosses up much more, it'd be a Yorker. He really is giving it some air. Saying, come on, come and get me. Mumford resisting all temptation on 30 at the moment. It's a little bit flatter. And he just pushes it forward to the short, straight mid-on. So the slip and a leg slip. Again, Mumford content just to prop forward. Perhaps 2 more overs after this. Drives this one a little bit firmly down to mid-off. But in fact, so firmly he doesn't get a run for it. 93 for 4. There you are, it's looking a little darker over the Somerset stand. The lights on the scoreboard stand out a little bit brighter. That seemed to bounce a little bit on Charland. He's gone away for a single on the leg side. Takes him along to 5. 94 for 4. Bearing in mind the weather we've had, in, well, not say recent days or recent weeks, but recent months, this ground has held up remarkably well. Been looking at the bowler's foot marks, follow-through marks, and they're not particularly damp. Or indeed the marks on the popping crease generally. Of course, the ground is a little soft in the outfield, but it's been very well presented by the ground staff, as that looks to work it away, bounce, and just rebounds off of Mumford. It's here last week when people were rolling and mowing in all different directions to get a really nice looking surface, and they really have done that. This rather squirts away off a thick outside edge from Mumford. You just take a single for it. Being Charland on strike. I'm not sure if I'd have been Mr. Mumford, I'd have been worried about taking a single at that stage. I might have wanted to stay at the far end and look at things. Anyway, Charland it is who plays at the last ball of that particular over. I make the modest assumption there's 1 over left. I'm not sure there's time for any more than that. Certainly nobody seems in any rush, so this will be, I think, the last over. Well, Somerset have slowed their over rate down a little bit, so they're going to finish with 30 in this session. Well, sorry, 30. They bowled 30 at the moment, so it'll be about 31. Goldsworthy. To Mumford. Got trouble with my equipment, umpire. Sorry, I need to adjust my gloves or something or other. Yes, this will be the last over, won't it? Goldsworthy, left arm around, bowls. Driven nicely up to mid-off for no run. This one rather more circumspectly played out on the offside, equally for no run. Just short extra cover. Mumford's batted very well for his 31. Steadied the Exeter ship. Two balls to go. Loads really flatter. Mumford forward, rolls it back down the pitch. Ben Green still with his short leg shin pads on by the look of it. That's the fielding. Everybody's making everybody wait. Goldsworthy. Last ball, certainly of his day, in and bowls. This is flat. Mumford presses forward. The umpire says, "Thank you very much, everybody. That will do for today. That will do very nicely indeed." So, at the end of the day here at Taunton, Exeter moved along quite nicely to 95 for 4. Just to give you a little bit of the wickets. Routledge was caught by Aldridge off of Davy for 0. Church was caught over in bowled Leonard for 16. Connell was caught Rue, bowled Leonard for 20, and from that you can reasonably infer that Leonard was impressive. And Baird caught Aldridge, bowled Bashir for 12. Mumford was left not out on 31, and Charland not out on 5, so 95 for 4. That in reply to Somerset's 273 for 6. There's the scorecard for you in summary. So thank you very much for joining us at the Cooper Associates County Ground today. I sincerely hope the weather is kind tomorrow and that we'll be back with live stream tomorrow in the evening, at the moment, this evening. Good evening to you.